I would like to call this meeting to order. Tonya Marion, are there any sunshine announcements to share?
Yep. In accordance with the Open Publics Meeting Act, notice for this meeting and agenda were sent to the Jersey Journal and to, it's been a while since I've done this, so give me a second. El Especialito, and for posting outside the clerk's office on January 23rd, 2024. I have the, I have this to be marked into evidence as A1, the notices. And the post.
Okay, Tanya, will you please take roll call?
Yes, sure. Vice Chair Arujo.
Here.
Carl's not here. Commissioner Shadid. Here. Commissioner Barron. Here. Commissioner Allen.
Here.
Commissioner Patel. Here. Chair Coyle.
Here.
I think I got everybody right. Okay. So 6 are present.
Are we okay with
Yep.
6
Yeah.
of us?
So the
Commissioner
record is clear.
Zuppliki.
We have 6 commissioners right now, and we're expecting a 7th any moment. He might just fly in here, and then we'll be okay.
Yeah, he said he's going to be a little late.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we might change the order of the agenda just a bit to clear up some things first.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, will everyone please stand for the flag salute? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You have anything to do with number 7? Did I ask Tanya that?
Maybe you should.
Tanya?
Yeah.
Do we have anything to do with number 7, this withdrawal of the NA appeal?
I just listed it as formally withdrawn.
Okay.
A request came in this week to withdraw the application, and because it was on the agenda, I just wanted to make sure the public knew.
So I don't think, is anyone here from 68 Wayne Street? I don't think so. Anyway, that application was going to be withdrawn.
Okay.
Okay, so the first case is?
No? Bridget, will you please swear in any staff that you have?
Iris.
Iris. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, Iris. Okay. Tanya, is there any correspondence about adjournments that you need to share with us?
There is not.
Okay. All right, with that said, we will begin, but before we start, we would like to make the announcement that if we are in the middle of any cases and we're hearing any type of presentations, once we hit 10 o'clock, and if that case is still going on, we are not starting any new cases. So if it starts to get to be too late, know that we're not hearing anything after 10 o'clock. So our first case, we are changing the order of the cases, as Mr. LaPaglia just said. So our first case tonight will be 238, 247th Street. Our second case will be 114 Bauer Street. Third case, 312 Fairmont Avenue. Fourth case will be 48 Clifton Place. And then we'll go to 128 Glenwood Avenue. After that would be 104 Glenwood, and we'll adhere to the time that I just spoke about. So our first case tonight is, as I said, case Z21-70074. This is for 238, 247th Street, and is Mr. Harrington presenting? Okay.
No, just a copy. We'll give it to, yeah. Thank you. So Iris, so the record is clear. Mr. Harrington just sent me his affidavit and proof of service and notice of publication. And so for this application, we'll mark this as A1. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. Do you guys plug in? Not coming up yet.
Is there a? Oh, there it is. My wife will tell you I'm very unobservant, so it would have taken me all night to see that. This is a lot better here.
I'm gonna hold it up for you. Is that easy?
What do you need?
Did you take my paper?
No, no, this is mine. Do you,
Then
No.
you took my paper.
no, no. I see, look, I circled.
My paper.
I circled everything. That's what I circled. I don't know.
Do you have to read it?
I don't think, no, this is my, this is,
Here's mine.
I don't know.
Isn't that underneath?
I got it. Sorry.
I've been accused of worse.
Can we have somebody else do it?
You had the HDMI right here on the podium.
Is that how you do it? Like. Don't ask me, I don't know what that is.
How about that, Tony?
If I say no, will you be upset?
I would be.
No. I just, nothing's registering, so.
Hang on. No.
No. I know, it's not, coming up, so it's not connected.
I think I do. This isn't tied in right here, then. Son of a gun.
You don't know.
Okay. Do you want to try mine to see if it's? No, they're HDMI, not connected to any. Connected to it. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that. If we can try that.
What's the story with?
I'll just bring it over there.
Yeah.
This podium, you can probably slide over.
wheels on that thing. Oh yeah, we got wheels.
Yeah.
Fancy. It's a fancy podium with wheels.
You're gonna pull up Aaron, right? Yeah.
Are you good, Tanya, with the? Waiting for it to pop.
There's no project command, it's just more or less plug and play. Charles, you wanna try your notebook here? Go ahead, try.
Got it?
Did you guys use, Anthony, did you guys use this before?
The other end's not.
Oh, got it. Oh, yeah, these are just the oh.
You wanna try just plugging me in? Set HDMI? See if this will work. Sure? Yeah, just try it once. Come out and go back in. I'm like nervous. Plug that right in the back. Alright, take it out.
No, no, there it is.
Go again.
All right.
Listen, nerve. Take it out. Once you get it set up.
You want me to move this? We got more room.
Apparently. You guys good? Yeah, huh? Couldn't have done it without me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna close this.
Okay, do you want me to, I'll start while we're all good? So, yeah, for the record, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley on behalf of the applicant. The notices have been marked into the record. So we're here tonight for an application. We think it's a pretty terrific application and project. It's for a 3-story addition to an existing historic home or residence multifamily building in the Hamilton Park Historic District. It presently has 5 residential units, and the proposal is to for the 3-story addition in the rear and in the restoration and renovation of this building, which when you see it, it's really, I think it's probably the most restoration that I've seen in any of the projects I've worked on in Hamilton, in any of the historic districts. It's really bringing it back to what it once was, almost 100 years ago. That the idea is to increase it to 8 residential units. I note that the permitted implied density in the historic district is 75 units an acre. With the 8 units, because this is an oversized lot, it's 3 times the size of a normal minimum lot in a historic district. It's only 63 units an acre, so it's actually less than the implied density in the historic districts. So it will be 8 residential units. We are asking for a use variance. It's essentially an expansion of the already existing non-conforming multifamily use of 5 units. So we're asking to expand that to the 8 units as a result of the addition, and you'll see all the renovations and restoration as part of that. We're not asking for any other bulk variances. So as an oversized lot, it complies with the other conditions. So you'll see how it really is appropriate. As you can see on the screen, it's a very large lot. It's over 5,000 square feet. The minimum lot size in the historic district is 1,800 square feet, to give you kind of a sense of what your typical lot is in that area. So it is a unique lot, a unique property, and a unique restoration project that we think is terrific. We appeared before the Historic Preservation Commission back at the end of October to request a certificate of appropriateness, and that was granted unanimously. So if you're not familiar with that process, is in a historic district, you go to the Historic Preservation Commission. They review it for all of their historic standards and make sure that you're compliant with the Secretary of Interior standards. And if they believe that you are, that's what you're asking for, the certificate of appropriateness, and that has been completed and approved. So we have that as part of our application. They have conditions of approval in the event it is approved here tonight, and that all of those conditions would be something that we would be compliant with going forward. So with that said, I have 3 witnesses tonight, and we'll try to move this along. Our first is our engineer, Mr. Chen, who will just walk you through the site briefly, and then I'm going to hand it off to Mr. Vandermark to take you through the architecture, and then Charles Height will address the planning.
I do. Sure. My name is Aaron Chan. Last name is spelled C-H-A-N. 92 Park Avenue in Rutherford, New Jersey.
Okay, Mr. Chan, could you give the board the benefit of your professional and educational experience and advise if you are licensed in New Jersey? Now, he has not appeared before this board in the past. So.
I have not. So I graduated with a bachelor's in civil engineering from the College of New Jersey. I've been practicing the field for the last 10 years. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state, also the certified municipal engineer by the NJSME. I've been accepted into over 20 land use boards across the state and provided expert engineering testimony at each of these. Worked on over 25 projects of multifamily nature, similar to the size and the scope of this one before you here tonight.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Chan, could you please take the board through the site?
Of course. I want to be brief. I'm sure everybody's pretty familiar with this particular area in town. As Mr. Harrington has already indicated, this project is located on 7th Street, just south of the Hamilton Park. It is 3 times over the minimum lot area that's required in this particular zone. It is in the historic district, and the surrounding uses are all very similar to what's being proposed. It's all multifamily, also located within the same zone. The existing structure is a 4-story structure. As indicated already, it's 5 units being expanded to 8, and the access and circulation pattern on 7th Street is west going east, and beyond that, it's not located in the flood zone.
Mr. Chan, just before you go on, the rendering or the plan that's on the screen right now, that's an exhibit, correct?
That's correct. This is the aerial. This is titled the aerial exhibits prepared by Stonefield Engineering on December 27th, 2023.
And I asked that it be marked as A2.
Okay, and then just to be brief, from the proposed standpoint, again, you've already heard the proposal here is to expand from 5 units to 8 units. From an engineering standpoint, it's pretty routine. I just want to touch on the site briefly. So, really, with the expansion of the roof area, we'll need to capture some of that stormwater. We're proposing a small underground detention basin in the back of the property. It's going to be 500 cubic foot, and that will store the additional runoff being created from the roof area. Beyond that, there'll be new sidewalks proposed for the full frontage of our property, and it's going to be 7 feet wide, and it's going to be above that minimum 5 foot wide sidewalk, and that's going to be keeping in line with the existing fences and also the stairs on our neighbor's side. On the street side, it's going to be a mill overlay, and it's going to extend 20 foot beyond our frontage, consistent with Jersey City standards. The utilities here will be reused. It's an existing multifamily home already, so we'll be reusing those utility laterals. And I did take a look at the planners and their engineers review letter. Outside of what's been outlined already, we have no issues with complying with any of those conditions and comments. So. And aim to keep it brief. Like I said, engineering standpoint's pretty routine and pretty typical.
Okay, and it would hold questions until the end, as usual? Okay, thank you. Okay, then we're going to move right into Mr. Vandermark.
I do.
Please state your full name, spell your last.
Sure. That is Anthony C. Vandermark Jr., Vandermark V as in Victor, A-N-D-E-R-M-A-R-K, principal of the architectural firm of MVMK Architecture.
This is for
Okay.
It's,
My license is still current, thank you.
Thank
Okay.
Take it away, Anthony.
Well, thank you, Mr. Harrington. Again, as previously stated, we have a really great application here this evening. I'm going to have the actual filing set as part of the presentation, and then I have a slide deck. We'll call that Exhibit 3, which is some pre-existing photographs with some colored renderings, plus colored floor plans of what you have now as the filing set. So just to go over some general parameters of the project, as previously stated, it's a triple large lot for the historic district of Hamilton Park. We're at 5,575 square feet, which is 0.13 acres. As part of this proposal, we are proposing 8 residential units, and of those 8 residential units, we have 2 studios, 1 one-bedroom, 4 two-bedrooms, and 1 two-bedroom plus den, which totaling 8. As he previously stated, we have 5 pre-existing units. This application has 4 bicycle parking spaces, and again, it is a full restoration of a house that is approximately 170 years old, with a 3-story addition to the rear or the north side of the property. Taking you now to Exhibit 3. The house, as it currently stands, again, it has the appearance of a 3-story house with a 4th story, which is part of this kind of gambrel roof that you can see from the alleyway here. So on the existing facade, as you can see, we have aluminum siding, a cement parge coat at the base, and one set of stairs, masonry stairs, that actually projects over the property line. As you can see, the adjacent properties are 4-story townhomes, masonry construction, again, over 100 years old, very historic street in a historic district, and we have the most historic house on this street, right? So what we originally had thought was that this was just a renovated portion of the facade, and this is the 1938 tax photograph of this structure. As you can see, it has the center stair with 2 sides of stairs that actually offset off of the center stair. The order of the building is exactly the same. It has a small pediment on top. And the original part of our historic application was that we were matching this 1938 tax photograph. Lo and behold, it was brought to our attention that this house was constructed prior to 1860, and this was Colonel Garriston's house here in Hamilton Park, right? So here in the foreground or in the center of the picture, as you can see, there was no adjacent properties, a substantial amount of property for this part of Jersey City at the time. So we believe that this structure is approximately 170 years old, and some of the building form and some of the window openings still exist today. However, some of the characteristics of this house have since changed. This will be the fully restored version, matching the 1860 photograph of the Garriston homestead. White picket fence to match the pre-existing condition of its time. We are removing the base parge coat. We are providing the porch structure as per that photograph, circular columns with a white painted clapboard facade with green shutter system. As previously stated by our civil engineer, it is a large property. Again, we have 55 feet, 9 inches of frontage. We have 100 feet of depth on the property. As you can see directly behind us, we have multifamily buildings that encroach into the hole in the donut, so to speak. We are proposing an addition on our building, but it extends no further than the existing addition to the rear that you see here in this aerial. The pre-existing street frontage, as you can see, this is kind of an empty tooth in that street wall of townhomes. Pre-existing condition, how the house sits on this property. Again, we're not extending any further into the rear yard than what's pre-existing today. Top graphic is how the newly restored facade replicating the 1860 homestead of Garriston, front and center in the street wall. And below, the graphic below, is the 3-story addition box in red. We are maintaining the same 41-foot, 7-inch setback to the rear yard. Historic district, you're permitted to go as deep as a 30-foot setback. Again, we are 11-foot 7 even in front of that. We are less in lot coverage than what is permitted. You are permitted, as far as lot coverage, 80%. We are at 67.9. And as far as building coverage goes, you're permitted 60 and we are 40.7. So we are well underneath the thresholds of what the permitted lot and building coverages are. So we're only here for, really what is a technicality between the definitions of the historic district. You're permitted to have townhomes, which is up to 4 units. In this case, we are providing a multifamily to match the existing use, but in turn, we're requesting a use variance. But it's really no change to the use that's on the property right now. As part of this application, we are not providing parking. Obviously, we have a house pretty much on full frontage on the property. There would be no place to put a garage, not in a restored house. So therefore, 0 parking is being provided. 0 is required because it is less than 10 units in the historic district. In the graphic in front of you here, we have a 6'9" sidewalk width. Again, new curbing, new sidewalk, but due to the width of that sidewalk, we are not proposing a sidewalk tree because a Jersey City forestry standard requires a 5x10 street tree and pit. Again, the sidewalk, pre-existing sidewalk, is not wide enough. So what we're doing here is we're proposing 2 trees within our gate line in a front planter bed. That since we've removed that large masonry stair in the front of the building, we've created a tree and planter bed directly front and center. We have another planter bed to the eastern portion within the fence line, and then you have the circular stair to the left, which is the western portion of the property. The pre-existing building is 31 feet 8 inches in depth, and as you can see, the addition is 22 feet 3 inches in depth. One of the suggestions, and also HPC was on board with this, we have pre-existing setbacks at 6'3" to the west and 5'9" to the east. The addition was brought in 2 feet on both sides, so you can see it from the alleyway, and it also lessens the impact on the new addition. We think this is a very proper approach, that you can see the new addition from the street, and it will be an addition of modern materials. So again, we're matching the pre-existing setback. As you can see, the red line from the existing structure to the new structure. And again, we have a 41'1" setback. We have a 9-foot apron in the rear and a grass area of 32 feet 1 inches. As you work your way up the building, first floor, at grade, accessed off of the sidewalk. We have 2 studios up front at 374, 436. And we have a rear 2-bedroom at 894 at the first floor. Second floor, we have a front porch extension to match the pre-existing photograph of the Garriston house. And we have 2 2-bedrooms at the second floor at 894 and 1009 up front. Proposed third floor, we have the beginning of a duplex to the lower left-hand corner of the floor plan at 1,329, a 503 square foot 1-bedroom, and an 894 to the rear, which is a 2-bedroom. Pre-existing structure had a gabled roof. We will be matching that existing gabled roof and putting back the upper part of a duplex there. Again, covering both floors at 1,329. We have a private exterior real deck above the 3-story addition at 320 square feet. One of the requirements that HPC had previously stated and suggested was that the condensers were originally proposed at the ground level. You know, now moved to the roof area of the 3rd floor addition. As you can see, they surround that proposed roof deck. We have a 42-inch high parapet on the rear, so you cannot see the condensers from the adjacent properties. And we also have a small rooftop unit for fresh air that services the units as part of the new energy code. Again, going back to a gable, and we have a small dormer off the rear for the access point to the proposed deck at the roof, at the addition behind us here. So we are using a 3-dimensional shingle at the roof line and a standing seam roof at that small mansard area. Top elevation, again, is the pre-existing condition with the aluminum siding and the parch coat at the base with the single masonry stair coming down off of the center door at the 2nd floor. Graphic below is the fully restored elevation, 3 stories, plus a 4th story in the gable, and again, a 3-story addition to the rear. As part of the original approval, we had to do exploratory probing within the facade. As you can see, there were multiple layers between sheet or shake, aluminum siding, and ultimately we hit the original clapboard all the way at the bottom there. So we feel that, you know, between the painting and the shutter systems and the masonry repair and the front porch reconstruction, you know, with agreement of HPC and also the historic officer, that we have reached, you know, as close as we possibly can from a side elevation what the original house actually looked like. Side elevations, again, 4 stories up front, 3-story addition in the back. The overall height to the project is at 39 feet 9 inches. The original structure was at 36 feet 6 inches. Rendering of the rear, we have a Essex green clapboard siding. As you can 3 stories, condensers aligned within the parapet line, and a fully screened exterior deck with planter system to cut down on visibility. Just an overall version, again, of the rear extension, 2 feet off of each side, not visible from the street. And the building in section, really is an addition at the center of the front structure of approximately 3 foot 3 inches, just to bring it back to its historic state. And the floor-to-floor heights here are 8'2", 8'9", 8'9", and 7 foot to the top of the gable. As far as impact on the existing neighborhood, again, our addition is no further than the pre-existing condition that exists today. There will be a little bit of a shadow cast into the alleyway, but every addition or every building does have somewhat of a mass. But by bringing the building in and actually reducing the rear yard setback, we think we've done a pretty good job of capturing an addition that, you know, seems to be accepted by all. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, and just for the record, if we could mark the slide deck as A3, I don't know if that was officially done. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, then I'll move right into Mr. Height to present the planning testimony.
You want to take? Just leave up the photo.
Which one? You want the old, this one or this one? Or the rendering?
Yeah, perfect. I do. Yes, Charles Height, last name spelled Heydt. 1 Evertrust Plaza, Jersey City, New Jersey. All right.
Thank you. And thank you.
Still licensed from Tuesday, so at the planning board.
You're right.
So I'll just jump in. We have been working with the project team on this application for quite some time. Going through the historic review process is diligent to address all the comments to preserve the structure and actually restore the structure in this case. So I do want to characterize some of the details that were already provided. We are in the Hamilton Park Historic District. Townhouses are permitted use. By definition, what is being proposed is a multifamily use, which is not technically permitted. As such, the conservative position would be to request a D1 use variance. I do think it meets that particular suitability test. Really quickly to reiterate, we have an oversized lot. The minimum standard is 1,800 square feet. What's proposed, what's existing for this lot is 5,575 square feet, 3 times the size. We are increasing the unit count from 5 to 8, but as was mentioned earlier, the proposed density is 63 units per acre. In the Hamilton Park Historic District, townhomes are permitted 4 units, which actually has a maximum density of 75 units per acre. So we're below what the zone contemplates in terms of density. So we did not do a density analysis. We're not establishing consistency in the neighborhood. There are townhomes that flank both sides of the subject property of the existing home. We are making improvements by way of site plan to the overall facility with the stormwater management. We're staying in compliance with building coverage, lot coverage, and the rear addition, which is only 4 stories, only 3 stories. 4 stories are permitted, meet all the setbacks, the side and rear yard setbacks. So, as Mr. Vandermark mentioned, it won't be visible from the front of the street along 7th Street. Quickly moving into some of the other special reasons to support the D1 use variance come from the land use law. I'll offer to the board that because we comply with all the bulk requirements, because we are offering up more in terms of the rear yard, we're consistent with the existing rear yard setback, that's 41 feet, where 30 feet is required. We are providing adequate light, air, and open space to adjacent properties as well as in the interior of the block. We are also establishing appropriate population density, just cover the densities that's being proposed and consistent with the zone. And lastly, purpose J, to promote the conservation of historical sites and districts. So this is certainly aimed at advancing that historic preservation purpose of the municipal land use law. When we move into the negative criteria, I do want to clearly state that in terms of any sort of impairment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance, I do not find that there's any substantial impairment. We are a residential use where townhomes are permitted, so they do fall under a very similar category. We are proposing the stormwater management that's consistent with the new stormwater management rules for minor site plan. And with respect to the master plan, just to reference a few principles, continued efforts to enhance residential neighborhoods. Again, this I view as an enhancement with the historic preservation to ensure housing is balanced, that meets all residential needs. Again, we have a mix of units, as was covered by Mr. Vandermark, between the studio's bedroom, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 2 bedroom plus den. Lastly, to further the purpose of historic preservation. So that's one of the principles of the master plan as well. With respect to any sort of substantial detriment to the general welfare, whenever you increase units, I know a common question is the impact to parking. Here, I just wanted to clarify, for structures in this district that are less than 10 units, parking's prohibited. So it's not even that it's we're meeting a requirement of 0. We're not even permitted by the historic district, as well as the direction of the master plan. So we don't anticipate there to be any impact to parking, because Hamilton Park's a lovely place to live, eat, walk, and enjoy the overall area. So that's my direct testimony. I don't know if there's anything else I should cover, but okay.
No, that then would conclude our presentation. If the board has any questions for any of the experts.
Well, first, I'd like to see if there's anyone from the public who has any comments that they would like to make. Please come up to the microphone. Okay, everyone has 3 minutes to speak. I will ask my fellow commissioner here to time you, and he will let you know when you have 1 minute left. Mr. Ahmed Shadid will be doing that.
I do. Diane Tider, D-I-A-N-E-T-I-D-E-R. D-I-A-N-E, last name T-I-D-E-R.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And address, please?
242 7th Street.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Diane Tider, and
Can you speak a little bit loudly or more into the mic a little? Okay.
I'll just take it off. My name is Diane Tider, and I've lived in downtown Jersey City for over 15 years and co-owned and resided at 242 7th Street for more than 10 years next door to the subject property. I'm also representing Robert Burns and Jody Marchowski, the neighbors who live directly on the other side of the property, who wanted to be here tonight but are sick and could not attend. My neighbors and I were taken aback by the developer's original proposal to expand this pre-Civil War era farmhouse from a 4-unit house, to correct the record, it's not a legal 5-unit, into a 10-unit apartment building, which has now been scaled back to 8 units. This is the oldest known house still remaining in Hamilton Park, the homestead of Stephen Garrettson, a prominent farmer, businessman, and judge in Jersey City. It was constructed almost 200 years ago, around the same time as the Barrow Mansion and the Old Bergen Church, when it was surrounded by rolling farmland. We are very glad there's been significant updates to the plans. Our chief concerns at this point are, this major site plan involves significant excavation, regrading the entire property from its original hilly landscape right up to our walls, and it's unclear to me whether the plans include sufficient protection for neighboring historic properties' stability and water safety. We're in the process of engaging an engineer to review the plans as well, but want to make certain that all the regulations are followed from this point. But this is concerning to me, given that Jersey City is seeing 100-year floods quite routinely now, and one of the reasons that the city planning staff supported approval of this variance was specifically to secure safety from floods. I'd also like to note that townhouses in Hamilton Park and apartment buildings, as a rule, have front entrances, not side entrances that are used for ingress and egress. This was discussed during the historic meetings, but we would like to request confirmation from the developers that the side doors in the proposal would be designated as emergency exit doors and ADA accessible doors where required, but not be used as routine entrances and exits. To have people regularly walking alongside one's building is not standard use in the neighborhood and does not feel safe or private. Thank you all for your consideration.
Thank you.
Sure. Yes, I do. Carl Matthias Johansson, CarlMattias Johannsson.
And your address?
242 7th Street.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm a neighbor on one side of the proposed development, and I've been living there for about 12 years. And together with my wife, we have started our family there. I'm pleased to see that the developer included this photo in the presentation that I, together with a research librarian at Rutgers, managed to dig out in front before the HPC hearing. The developer's plans, they call for a restoration of the street-facing facade of this historic farming homestead, which is great. But they also call for significant excavations on the sides, underneath, and behind the homestead. And in addition to the concerns about excavation near to our foundation, our second concern is water penetration and drainage. Currently, there is a 6 feet wide soil corridor between the subject building and our building. The plans call for this open soil to be excavated down and covered with permeable pavers all the way from our foundation to their foundation. And we are concerned that those pavers can disturb the natural drainage, given that they would go all the way from foundation to foundation, and that they would cause water penetration into our basement. And we have seen this at the rear of our building. In fact, the paver installation as shown on the drawings do not seem to meet the requirements of the building code, and the stormwater management plan may also need to be revised or recalculated. And what I'm referring to specifically is section 1804.4 of the 2021 International Building Code that reads under site grading. The ground immediately adjacent to the foundation shall be sloped away from the building at a slope of not less than 5% for a minimum distance of 10 feet measured perpendicular to the face of the wall. If physical obstructions or lot lines prohibit 10 feet of horizontal distance, a 5% slope shall be provided to an alternative method of dividing water away from the foundation. So in other words, in this case, when there is only 6 feet between the buildings, the permeable pavers should be sloped 5% and from each foundation, and then divert the rainwater into a swale or some other forms of diversion. And with this grading and drainage system that is mentioned in the building code to protect the foundation is not shown on the drawings and should be taken into consideration in the stormwater management plan. And it logically follows if you collect or divert more water, maybe those plans will need to be updated for this purpose. So in the grand scale of this project, installing a little bit more drainage system is not going to cost a lot, but it has implications for the stormwater management plans, and that this board reviews. I would encourage the board to ask specific questions around building code requirements for grading and the implication that has on stormwater retention and diversion around the foundation and between the buildings. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Is there anyone else from the public who wants to make any comments? If not, I will close out the public portion of this meeting.
Mr. Harrington, you want to address that?
Yes, if I could quickly, and my experts are here to add any additional information, but with regard to the excavation and drainage issues, those are building department issues that would be addressed during the construction. So if they're not in compliance with the building code, the building department or the MUA will require that they are. And we do have proposed on-site detention, so that'll make it a better condition with regard to drainage. And the side doors, I've been advised that those will be used for emergency egress only. And again, if you have any further questions with the architect, they can address that.
Okay. Okay, commissioners, do we have any questions about this project? Anyone? Okay. Can we hear from the staff regarding 7th Street?
Sure. I am taking over for Francisco this evening. Staff did recommend approval. The staff reports are within the portal. I also want to call attention to the certificate of approval that's also in the portal. It has about 14 conditions attached to it. I won't read them out loud. And the only other conditions that we add on are the typical ones, which is all materials, color selections shown on final plans. No changes can be made, even if they're required by a construction code without consultation with planning staff and possible approval by the zoning board. Number 2, applicant shall provide an affidavit from the architect of record representing that the constructed project is consistent with final approved plans. And 3, a copy of the memorialized resolution with amended deed filed with the Hudson County Registrar's Office with proof of such filing submitted to Division of City Planning prior to application for construction permits. And 4, of course, is that all the conditions imposed by the Historic Preservation Commission are met. And this was approved by the Historic Preservation Commission, I believe, on October 23rd, 2023.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Any questions based on what the staff had to say? Okay, since there are no additional comments from the commissioners, I am asking for a motion to approve with conditions agenda item Z21-074.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case Z21-074 as presented to the board this evening with conditions.
Can I get a second motion? Okay,
Okay, on the motion to approve with conditions, Vice Chair Arujo,
Yes.
Commissioner Slabicki,
Yes.
Carl wasn't here.
Oh,
Let me just finish.
sorry.
Because I missed the first part. I mean, I did read everything. I don't know what I missed. I'll abstain on this just because I didn't officially hear it, but I did hear the stuff other than what I've read and needed to. But I'm going to abstain anyway for the record.
Okay, and I guess we should announce that he's here. Sorry. Commissioner Shadid? Yes. Commissioner Barron?
Yes.
Commissioner Allen?
Yes.
Commissioner Patel? Yes. And Chair Coyle?
yes.
And motion carries, 6 in favor, none opposed, 1 abstain.
Thank you.
Okay. Where's Iris? Iris, do you need a break or can we go to the second? You're okay?
Well, you know what? Now they have the HDMI that's live. That's your HDMI.
So we're doing. Yeah, please, yeah. Okay, at this time, we will hear case number Z23-022, 114 Bauer Street.
Good evening, members of the board. Michael Higgins of Castano Quigley Cerami on behalf of the applicant. I've presented before you all before on Zoom, but it's nice to finally see you all in person. 114 Bowers Street. This is in the R1 zone on Bowers. It's between Central Avenue and Cambridge. It's a significantly undersized lot. It's 30 feet by 50 feet for 1,500 square feet in total area.
Okay.
Standard in the R1 is 2,500 square feet, which is 1,000 square feet greater than what we're working with here. What we're trying to do on this lot, we are renovating the first floor existing commercial building, which is a single-story building, and we're going to be adding 2 stories above that with residential units in those. So it would be 1 commercial unit and then 2 residential units above that. What we need to accomplish this, we need a D1 use variance for a mixed use in the R1 zone. It's our position tonight and our presentation, I hope, will show that this is a particularly suitable site for that mixed use. This is an interesting location on Bauer Street. It's very close to Central Avenue, where there are many commercial businesses, and it's also it was formerly known as the B District and was zoned as the B District. So there's a number of stores on that street, and you'll also see several other locations that our presentation will identify later, that you see the same situation where there's a first floor commercial unit and then residential units above that. We also need several C variances for rear yard setback, lot coverage, and for building coverage. And I would say all of those are due to the significantly undersized nature of the lot, where we have 1,000 square feet less to work with than is typical in the R1. So without further ado, I'd like to have my first witness, our architect, Jeff Lewis, sworn in.
Before we swear him in procedurally, did we mark his notices? No. No. So why don't we do that? We have his affidavit, proof of service, notice of publication. So we'll mark it as A1 for this application.
A1 is received and marked.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lewis, how are you?
You will tell, the testimony you will provide this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
State your full name, please.
Jeffrey Lewis, Jeffrey Lewis.
Thank you. And your business addresses?
277 Ridge Street, Newark, New Jersey.
Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, my license is active and in good standing in New Jersey. Okay. So I'm just going to get right into the site plan here. As was mentioned, we're a 50-foot deep by 30-foot wide lot, so an undersized lot. You can see the existing building covers almost the entire lot, so it is built lot line to lot line, and it only leaves a backyard of about 4.5 feet, as well as no front yard. And we are proposing to keep this existing building and then build 2 stories of residential directly above it. Looking at the proposed site plan on the left, there are a few very minor changes. The first is that we are adding a street tree. This will be put in with all the forestry standards as required for Jersey City. The second is that we are doing a new 6-foot vinyl fence around the small backyard area. And then lastly, it's not shown here, but the staff report did request that we demolish the concrete in the backyard and replace it with permeable pavers. And we are amenable to do that, so we will do that, and the sign-off sets will show new permeable pavers in the backyard of the site plan. These are the floor plans. I'm going to start on the ground floor at the left here. Most of this space is the commercial space. It is a 1,070 square foot commercial space. Open space in the front. In the back, there's an office. There's a bathroom and a half, a mechanical room, as well as a door out to that backyard area. To the right of the commercial space, there's a hallway that we need for egress. This hallway goes all the way from the back to the public right-of-way, to the sidewalk in the front. The hallway also provides access to a trash area, as well as the sprinkler room, as this will be a fully sprinklered building. Lastly, on the ground floor, all the way at the right, we have the residential entry with a stair directly up to the second floor. So looking at the second floor plan in the center of the drawing, the second floor is one apartment. It is a 1,276 square foot, 3-bedroom, 2-bath apartment. The apartment has a washer dryer in the apartment, as well as ducted heat and air conditioning. Looking over, the stair continues up to the 3rd floor, where we have the second apartment, which takes up the entire 3rd floor. This layout is basically the same as the apartment below. This is slightly larger, though. It's 1,364 square feet, still 3 bedrooms and 2 bath. The main difference here is that the stair continues up to the roof, and we're providing a private roof deck for this 3rd floor apartment. So moving on to the next sheet, we show the roof deck plan over here on the left. So at the back of the building, we have the stair coming up, and it opens out to this private roof deck. The roof deck itself is a 443 square foot roof deck. In front of that, we have a 192 square foot green roof area. And then in front of that, we just have some roof space where we're having our air conditioning condensers. Looking at the center drawing, we have our front building elevation. The main building material is red brick. Looking at the doorways here, we have an all-glass door for the storefront. The 2 doors on the right are for that hallway and the residential entry. These are dark gray doors with quarter glass vertically down the side. Above on the second and third floor, we have these bay windows, which are the finish on these bays are a light gray fiber cement panel. Above that, there's a dark gray fiber cement band board, and then an 18-inch high black decorative cornice. Looking at the rear elevation to the right here, the first floor is finished with stucco, and then the second and third floor has a beige fiber cement siding finish. And then lastly, not much to see here, but both side elevations are built on the property line, and they'll each just have a stucco finish. That concludes my presentation. We want to go on to the next one?
Okay, thank you, Jeff. I guess as is typical, we'll just reserve questions for Jeff for the end. My next witness is Charles Height as a professional planner.
Yes, thank you. Hi, good evening again, board members. So I do quickly want to run through the relief that's being requested tonight. We are proposing 2 additional residential units above the ground floor commercial, which does exist on the subject property. That does constitute as a mixed-use development, which is not a permitted use in the R1. So I'll be covering the use variance as well as the associated bulk variances. First, we do have an existing ground floor use that's been in existence for many years, associated with the local commercial corridor just to the west of the subject property. We are proposing residential uses above the ground floor commercial, which is permitted residential uses in the R1. There is a section of the R1 that does allow for mixed use to be converted from 2 residential units and a ground floor to 3 residential units in certain circumstances. So this is akin to that. We're kind of reconstituting a mixed use where we are still keeping the ground floor residential, but it's very similar in terms of concept for the 3-story structure that's going to be proposed. So again, we're consistent with the adjacent and surrounding uses across the street where there are other mixed-use buildings, ground floor retail with residential above, and we're consistent with the existing footprint of the overall structure today in terms of maintaining that and increasing with the 2 floors above that. For those reasons, I do find it's particularly suitable to accommodate the 2 residential units and ultimately what would be a mixed-use structure on the subject property. In terms of special reasons, I do think that this is an improvement of the overall property in terms of the facade improvements being proposed. That would advance Purpose I to create a desirable visual environment through creative development techniques. And as I previously mentioned, I do think this is an appropriate establishment of an appropriate population density where two units are contemplated within the R1, notwithstanding that the lot is undersized. We are not proposing any off-street parking. It's a very walkable neighborhood, and the increase in 2 units doesn't, in my opinion, warrant substantial impact to any parking conditions within the area. With respect to the master plan, as I mentioned earlier in the night on another application, I do think that this advances establishing a balance of housing opportunities for future residents in the city. The city does need new housing stock. These will be new units to be created and will further that objective of the master plan. We are also in terms of offsetting the building coverage and lot coverage, proposing a green roof. Again, this is a very tight lot with an existing structure on it, so that was a way we were able to offset any stormwater to accommodate that in the green roof system on the roof. I did want to just call out in terms of the lot size with respect to the bulk requirements, it's 30 by 50, which is substandard to the minimum 2,500 square foot lot. What that means in terms of the setbacks, we have a variance for minimum front and rear yard combined, where a minimum of 35 feet is required, and we are proposing a 0-foot front yard setback, which exists, and maintaining the 4.7 feet of the rear yard setback. So we're substantially under that 35-foot threshold, but again, we're maintaining the existing footprint and setbacks. Similarly with the side yards, 2 feet, and on one side, 5.1 on both. We are proposing 0 lot line for the proposed structure. The adjacent structure is 0 lot line, so there's no impact there. We did confirm that any appearance of a window on an adjacent structure that has been boarded up will be refortified. It's not an accessible window, and it's not utilized today. So again, that's on one of the 0 lot line setbacks. I discussed the coverages just to confirm 100% coverage with the patio in the rear is being proposed in terms of lot coverage, where 85% is permitted. And in terms of building coverage, we have approximately 91% in coverage, where 65 is permitted, and we're offsetting that with the green roof, and that is similar to the existing coverage today. That's the bulk requirements that are or the bulk variances that are subsumed with the use variance. They're really a product of the lot size that's currently in existence. And with respect to the negative criteria, I don't think there's any substantial detriment to the general welfare. We are infilling 2 additional stories to complete the southern portion of the block, so there will be shadow impacts. We're below 40 feet in terms of overall height. It's a well-known establishment of a streetscape, a 3-story structure that's permitted in the zone, so I don't see any substantial impacts there. And with respect to the master plan and zoning ordinance, we're in an appropriate location for a mixed-use structure, mixed use with residential over ground floor. So I do believe, as I mentioned earlier, we're advancing goals and objectives of the master plan with appropriate balance of housing stock and retaining that commercial on the ground floor that's existing. That's my testimony. Be happy to answer any questions.
That does conclude our direct testimony. I'd just like to note very briefly that all the conditions included in Francisco Espinoza's staff report are acceptable to the applicant, and the additional condition that we use permeable pavers for that rear yard, which is not included in that report, but that's acceptable to the applicant as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone from the public who would like to comment? Please come to the microphone. Again, you will have 3 minutes, and my colleague, Mr. Ahmed Shadid, will keep time and let you know when you have 1 minute left. I think so, yes. I'll take them. Okay, thank you.
I do. Anthony Nitschke, Nitschke. 127 Cambridge Avenue, the yard behind 114 Bowers. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Good evening. We'd like to thank you for giving us the time this evening to voice our concerns and consider construction on 114 Bowers Street. My name is Anthony, and I'm speaking on behalf of my father-in-law, Robert Kelly, who is in attendance and is the owner of 127 Cambridge. 127 Cambridge has a backyard that sits directly behind 114 Bowers Street. I would like to give you a quick history of 127. It's been in their family for over 60 years. My father-in-law, Robert, has lived there for 56. My wife was born and raised, and our children are born and raised there. When 114 was built, it was not zoned for residential due to the property size that is stated. 2 other commercial buildings a couple doors down do not have residential housing above. Across the street are commercial spaces with residents above, but nobody lives behind them. Also, the parking lot behind them Every building is commercial, but they also have fire escapes. There doesn't seem to be any fire escapes plans for them. I submitted pictures of our view from the backyard. Construction concerns, because there is 20 feet minimum required, and there is only a 4-foot 7-inch setback. The proposed is to add the 2 stories, which with the rooftop. So our concerns are insufficient room to bring the materials needed for the rear of the building, insufficient room for scaffolding, definitely the 4-foot 7 inches between the properties. Also on the side properties, there's 0 minimum, which again provides safety and fire hazards. The height of the new construction will obstruct our view and sunlight. Our yard is used daily. We have a dog who enjoys roaming freely on a daily basis. Entertainment, we entertain in our yard with family and friends. Our yard is used for recreational purpose, and we've been using our yard for the last 40 years, and now to have a building constructed that's going to block our sunlight and view based on the images that I've given. There could also be noise from the terrace and rooftop that is proposed. Privacy issues. Their proposal is to have a kitchen and a bedroom that will overlook our backyard. So privacy is a main issue. Fire safety, again, there doesn't seem to be any plans for fire escapes. All the buildings around that meet the height requirement all have fire escapes. In conclusion, construction and building is too close to our backyard property that will affect our right for enjoyment. So we feel that though this construction will adversely affect our property and adjacent properties around us. Okay.
Thank you.
Also, again, with the AC noise and the roof level, he mentioned about demolishing the concrete and putting pavers.
Your 3 minutes is over.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public to comment? Okay, seeing no one from the public, we'll close out the public portion. Do our commissioners have any questions at this time?
Just
Okay,
make
I'd
sure
like-
you press your button before you speak. Whoever wants to speak.
Okay, then we'll hear from the staff regarding this property.
Okay, a few things. One is, and I believe Francisco outlined this, in the current zoning today, the property would have been able to returned or be continuing the commercial on the ground floor with the 2 units above. What really is kind of bringing it to the zoning board today is the nature and the size of the lot. So let me explain what I'm trying to say. This was submitted to the old zoning ordinance. We changed the zoning ordinance. It was approved in November of 2023. In November of 2023, we wrote the standard. The standard used to read that if you had an existing ground floor commercial within the R1, 1 and 2 family district, you could switch it to residential and you wouldn't need to go to a board, and it didn't matter how many units you already had. However, when we were doing this last study, we also saw that it was important to be able to preserve some of these already existing small commercial spaces that have kind of organically formed in the city. So we flip-flopped that standard on its face and said, if you had a space on the ground floor that was commercial in 1938, you were able to restore it to commercial as long as it matched the 1938 tax photos without going to a board for a D variance. So today, it's a D variance before you because of time of application, which is a completely legal term just to say when the application submitted, when it was completed, it can legally conform to that zoning. So the D variance here is for the mixed use, but had they applied in December, you would not be seeing this with the D variance. You would, however, be seeing it with the C variances, which is the setback variances. So, and a couple of things have changed as well. So in the R1 before November, the rear yard setback read in collaboration with the front yard setback. So the front yard setback would have to match what was ever prevailing on the block, and then you subtract that from 35, and that was your rear with a minimum of 20. So the building would go like this. essentially, right? If you had a bigger front yard, you'd have a smaller backyard. And that was to ensure that the 1 and 2 families that were being built were typically built at 55 feet or 65 feet deep. In this instance, we changed it. We actually changed it back to what it was in the 60s and the 50s, which is a little bit better for Jersey City because while we definitely have a consistent width, we have very inconsistent depth, right? The depths for Jersey City lots are all over the place, especially in the heights. And so we did it as a percentage. If the idea was that we always wanted 30% of the lot to be open space within the rear, that's where we went. And so it fluctuates with the size of the lot, and hopefully it also brings consistency on the block. So in this instance, if it was applying to the older ordinance, to be able to do the 30 feet here would be impossible. So the site itself is 50 feet wide, and so if we're applying the old zoning code ordinance, we're looking at a 30-foot setback, which means that you have a 20-foot wide building on the top floors. Now the ground floor is existing, so there's nothing we can do about it in the sense that it's an existing non-conforming structure. If we flop it to the 30%, it goes from 30 to 15, and we're still looking at a 35-foot deep building. So I do want you to take into consideration that we are looking at a lot that is extremely limited by its size. And so I know when Charles was speaking, when Mr. Height was speaking, and within Francisco's report, we call that a C1, right? And the C1 is really just a reference to the citation in the MLUL, and the C1 lines out hardships based on things like size, topography, things like that. And the idea is that you're giving the variance based on relief because the site itself cannot conform to the zoning because of XYZ. Sometimes people use the C2, which we call a flexible, which is just to say the benefits outweigh the detriments. It's kind of a catch-all. This site is a classic C1 site, a hardship site. And I think laying out what you could build according to the zoning, it would be very, very difficult to build anything here on the top 2 floors. So I know that was a lot. But I'm trying to kind of lay out the fact that if they applied today, you'd only be looking at the setbacks. And while this case before you is for a D variance and you do need to consider what's before you, I think the focusing on the setbacks and the undersized nature of the lot is really where you kind of want to be thinking and considering whether or not it is impossible or impractical to build according to the standards, and is the request that they're asking reasonable. With all that said, Francisco's conditions are on the record. He did change. They're in the file. I don't want to reread them all. He did change one thing for the permeable to address the lot coverage, and I have nothing else. So staff, Francisco, this is still his case. I'm just representing it. Recommended approval with those conditions.
Okay, thank you. Do any commissioners have any questions now after listening to the staff? I guess I have a few questions. The gentleman mentioned a fire escape. Are you using 2 means of egress within the building? You're calling that your kind of fire escape?
Actually, technically,
You don't need that.
Technically, this building would only need 1 stair.
Okay.
It's a 2-story building, a 3-story building with 2 units. We do have egress windows at the back and the front, and that's what the hallway from the back to the front is for as well.
Okay.
And it is a fully sprinkled building.
Right. And the gentleman also spoke about shadows on his yard, and that now would be, he wouldn't get the sunlight. Was any shadow study completed or anything of that sort?
So we are within the permitted height on this, and in Jersey City, if you're under 40 feet, I believe a shadow study is not required because the assumption is that it's just not such an impact on shadow that it would burden the neighbors. So no shadow study was completed because it wasn't required.
Okay. And I'm looking at the photo in front of me, and the photo that's up there, and I'm seeing that the house to the right of the storefront, there's windows right there. So that's all going to be, how are they going to be affected?
The house on the right actually has a 3-foot setback on their property. So they have enough space for the windows.
They have enough space?
The windows and their fire escape is in that 3-foot space.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions? Okay. Okay, if no additional questions, can I get a motion to vote on case Z23-022 to approve with conditions.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case Z23-022 as presented to the board this evening with conditions.
Can I get a second motion?
Second.
Okay.
Okay, and that's on the motion to approve with conditions. Vice Chair Arujo.
Yes.
Commissioner Slablicki.
Yes.
Commissioner Shadid. Commissioner Barron.
Yes.
Commissioner Allen.
Yes.
Commissioner Patel. Madam Chair Coyle.
Yes.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed, none abstained.
Okay, thank you. Iris, do you need a break? Okay. 10 minutes? 5 minutes? Okay, we're just going to take a 5-minute break. Commissioner Patel is right here. Okay, at this time, we're going to hear case Z23-028, which is 312 Fairmont Avenue.
Madam Chair, do you want to announce the adjournment just in case? Sorry,
yes.
I apologize. Yeah.
And case number Z22-077-104 Glenwood Avenue has asked to be carried to the February 8th meeting. So if anyone's here for 104 Glenwood Avenue, case Z22-077, that is being adjourned or carried to February 8th. Should I ask? Is there anyone here from Mr. Joseph's office, or is Mr. Joseph here to present on 312 Fairmont? Okay, I'm going to check.
I can get this on my thing.
I have no email asking for a carry, but Francisco was not in the office today. It's possible Mr. Joseph emailed him asking for an adjournment.
Vinny just was checking because he thought he saw someone here to represent from the attorney's office.
Okay.
Okay, then we will move on to case Z2023-0023, 48 Clifton Place. We have Mr. Rothberg. Okay.
How you doing?
Hi, can I start?
Sure.
Good evening. My name is Mark Rothberg from the Wilf Law Firm, and I represent Clifton Place. To start, I just wanted to confirm that our affidavits and notices were filed, and
Yes, we reviewed them. Find the affidavit, proof of service.
thank you.
Your notice of publication, Iris.
I also have thank you. I also have copies of the documents that we prepared and already filed, but I have extra copies for
Okay.
the board. Thank you.
Is that your application that's on the portal? Is that what you're showing us?
Yes, those are the exhibits.
Let me just take that pass, and maybe pass these to that direction, Vinny, if anybody wants that.
And I represent 48 Clifton Place, which is a two-building residential apartment buildings with 33 residential units plus an office that was constructed in the 1960s. And we're here tonight simply to oppose a violation that we received for 48 Clifton Place, Apartment 2A. And according to the violation, it says that it's an illegal unit that must be removed. And our position in the documentation that we have shows that the building has been registered with the DCA and has been 33 residential units since the 1960s. It's been registered with the DCA for over 30 years. We've been paying taxes, and on the tax rolls, we've submit the rent rolls that shows it's 33 units plus an office for both buildings. We negotiate every 2 years tax appeals and settlements. We receive Form 91 requests for the rent rolls, and we've done that, and all 33 apartments have been listed. We provide income, that's for the Chapter 91s, income and expense statements yearly to the Jersey City. It's interesting. We made an Oprah request and confirmed that no CO was ever received for this property because it was built in the 1960s. And I have a copy of the ordinance requiring COs came into effect and adopted in 1979, and it was based on NJSA 552:27D. Dash 133, that was adopted in 1975, and it was not retroactive. It was adopted after our building was constructed in 1962, and we purchased it from the seller, and that's why, if you notice, and I actually attached a copy of the deed, which is Exhibit H. When we purchased it from our seller, it was sold in 1961 from Jersey City to the seller. And the only reason we're here tonight with regard to this issue isn't the overall picture of whether this development has to have COs. It's because for apartment 2A, and the tenant, and we've registered, I went back on our Yardy, it goes back to 1999. It's always been residential. There is no change in use for that apartment. And that apartment has always been registered with the DCA going back at least 30 years. We received the summons because the tenant in apartment 2A, who took residency, and I have her ledger. I believe it was in 2 years ago. She hasn't paid rent, and she has over $25,000 as of today's date. We filed a civil action in the civil court, and we received a judgment for possession. And before the warrant, we received an order to show cause from their attorney, which is the first time that we became aware that this violation was issued, not against the building or any of the units, just against apartment 2A. And I couldn't find the violation. It says violation V41B. I couldn't find that violation, but it says illegal unit must be removed. So immediately the attorney files it to the court, and the judge stays everything, and he's like, well, you need to have this dismissed. So he adjourned it to February 7th, knowing that we were coming here tonight. So we're not asking for litigation as far as whether or not we're grandfathered for this building that's always been filed. There's no question that all the registrations that I have as exhibits include the 33 residential units, and it's always listed apartment 2A. We're simply asking that this violation be dismissed by the board. And that's all. That's the only issue that's here tonight. It has. We're not litigating or deciding whether or not the building that was constructed in the 1960s prior to the 1975 statute is retroactive. It's actually, I actually looked it up. It's not retroactive. It says no buildings or structures hereinafter constructed shall be used or occupied without a CO. But that issue is not before. It's just this one unit that we received a violation. Whoever the attorney was that they represented contacted someone and said, we don't have a CO, issue the violation, which is immediately, well, you can't evict someone if you don't have a CO, and therefore everything stayed, and she's just been living there since this happened. It came to our attention in December when we filed this action. Everything's been stayed. We've had 2 adjournments already because of the February 7th date, because of the date that we're here tonight. Hopefully we won't, I was put February 7th down because I know that's your next meeting, but we're simply asking to have this violation dismissed based on the fact it's not a legal unit. You have the documentation. I do have the property manager I could go over, but I believe this all has been filed. It's a letter to the director with enclosures, correspondence to Edward, Mr. Talaza, and I'm sorry for mispronouncing his name. He's the assessor, but we've been, and it just shows the tax appeal that we had back in 2023, the income and expense statement. Exhibit C is the violation. Exhibit D are the registrations that we've been filing for years with the DCA, showing the 33 units plus the office. Exhibit C is the Department of Housing, Economic Development, and Commerce that shows what we've been filing for all those years, showing number of units, 33 plus the office, and it goes on and on. So what we're asking tonight isn't for a major decision on the buildings itself. I'm asking, and we're asking, if this violation for apartment 2A that says it's an illegal unit that must be removed, it's been there since 1960s, and it's always been occupied and registered as a residential unit. So the issue is pretty small in this case, and sure. Yes, our office. And I have Ms. Gonzalez. She was the attorney who appeared in Jersey City, in Hudson County. Yes, and the judge. Mm-hmm. That it's been withdrawn. We have all the registrations and stuff, and no, we don't have possession yet. Oh, we got a warrant, right? And then we sent it to the marshal. And then all of a sudden, when they get the 72-hour notice saying the marshal is going to come, then all of a sudden this attorney files an order to show cause saying that this apartment is illegal. It has no CO, and they got someone. Sure. Yes, and we had no. He adjourned it. The judge.
Just Jimenez. No, he wants a CO also. His position was that because we had an open violation with the city, the only way to resolve it was to get a CO. We explained to him that there's no CO because the building was built in 1962, the ordinance came to being in 1979. Oh, sorry, Juliana Gonzalez of the Wilf Law Firm.
Right.
Yes.
Is that correct representation that the building does not have a CO because one wasn't required? Is there a CO required for this building now?
Yes, a CO would be required for the building now. I don't know of any law, but that's not because it doesn't exist, but because I don't know that there was a time where we weren't issuing COs. when a violation for zoning is given, we respond to any call. We don't care whether or not people are paying their rent. We only care about whether or not the zoning is proper and correct for what it is, what it's representing. First, would it be permitted here? This is the R1 zone. This was approval that was given a while ago. Then we go through old tax records, not just a current. We go through the 75, things like that. And we see whether or not over time, even historically, sometimes we'll see 1938, there used to be 17 units, and then it became 16, and then 17. All of those stories happen. But as far as the zoning officer is concerned, it wouldn't be able to say that there was a legal 17 unit if it doesn't show up in a tax record at any point. It'd basically be like the zoning officer was giving a use variance, expansion of a non-conforming use, so to speak, to get that extra unit. So the only way to do it would be to go through the proper channels, either through the zoning board, for the use expansion of a non-conforming use, which we've done in the past for apartment buildings, for sometimes super units turn into extra units. But ultimately, when we go out to a lot of these places, what we will issue are violations on no COs, and the process is that the person applies for the permits with as-built plans, and then a CO gets issued, and then the tax record gets updated. So the tax record will always reflect the CO.
These options were suggested and offered for them to cure this situation, and was this followed? Were any of the
I offered
suggestions
multiple
followed?
times.
I'll explain. We did not add a unit. In other words, it says 22A is an illegal unit. It's never, and what I'm showing you here, it's never been added. It's always been 33 units. And even my Yardi printouts, as far as, it became electronic, go back to 1999. But throughout the last 30, 40 years, we've never done any new construction on the building. We've never added a unit. This isn't a case where they wanted a supers unit. They've always been 33 units. And as the filings clearly show, we always registered it with the city. So in that sense, sure.
So how do I know that this 22A is the illegal unit as opposed to 20A? Why did this unit get to be the illegal unit?
I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah, wouldn't it have to be the whole building then?
How many electric meters? Oh, I'm sorry.
If I may.
How many electric meters do you have in the building? And when they were installed?
Yeah, I'm sure every apartment has a meter.
I just confirmed every apartment has a separate meter.
When they were installed?
What?
Do you know the date and installation?
No, they've always been. Nothing new was ever added to these apartments. They've always had separate meters.
But Tanya, could we just, I'm having trouble understanding this case. So, in 48 Clifton, whatever it is, Clifton
Yes.
Place.
Yes.
Is there a CO for anything in that building?
No.
No. So what are we doing here? If there's no CO for any apartment, why are we zeroing in on this apartment as the illegal apartment?
Only
Just
because the tax record
tenants-
shows 16.
Oh, the tax record shows 16?
The current tax record and previous tax record show 16, not 17.
Oh, I thought you said it was 17.
No, it's
Sorry.
33 units plus an office. And this unit 2A, they're just choosing 2A because the tenant claimed there's no CO. The office is a separate, is not, if you look at everything that's been filed, it's the two buildings together, 33 apartment units plus an office. So nothing has ever changed. The reason why we got a violation for this particular unit, and we did an Oprah request, and not one building, not one apartment in any of the two buildings have COs ever. So the reason why this was issued against apartment 2A is because we got a judgment against them, and the marshal served them with a lockout, and the attorney is like, oh, I did a search. There's no CO for this unit. And the judge put off the case saying, if there's an open violation, he's not going to make a ruling. We need to clear this up. So we adjourned the trial date or the hearing on this issue twice. We're going back on February 7th for us to clear this one violation. Has nothing to do with the whole building. We have all our exhibits that we're going to give showing, but because there was a violation for this unit, the judge put it off, saying we needed to come to the board. So that's why we're here. We're not here for the big picture about the buildings and why in 1975, when the ordinance is clear. It says hereinafter constructed, and that's from 1975. And I have the site.
So Tanya, the tax records are still showing 16 units in this one building,
Yes.
where there are now 17 units?
Yes.
So how do you choose
How do
which-
how do you go from 16 to 17 units unless you've added something?
It's the office. Altogether, it's two buildings that make up the apartments, and it's 33 combined. So to all of a sudden, and then the extra one, the 34, is for the office. This apartment has always, we're here just for this apartment. This apartment
Wait,
has
now we're
always
at
been
34, when before you said we're at 33.
33 apartments plus one
The
office.
office.
That's always been an office, never been an apartment. And that's been there since the 1960s.
Okay. You keep saying that there are 33 plus an office, and the staff saying there are 17. Where do we go? We have to believe the staff. And unless you have a proof that this is what it is since that day. And plus, sir, excuse me, why didn't you apply for CCO or CO?
Our position is we don't have to apply for a CO for a building that's been constructed.
But this is
and,
not
and
your
operating.
position. I understand your position, but this is the law. Every building has to have a CO.
Our position is that it's for older units that were constructed. If you have to have a CO, and that's a different issue. You have to CO if you're adding apartments, if you're doing construction on the apartment, but an apartment that's been there prior to the issuance, it's
Yeah, but
here
they're
and
not
after
using it as a
constructed. That's
Yeah,
the.
Tanya,
why.
Is what he's saying is true? This is the law?
I don't know enough about a certificate of occupancy. Again, as the zoning officer reviewing it, we review it based on the tax records, the tax history. If there are issues of grandfathering, that means that prior to when the law changed, that was what it was legally existing. Prior to the law change, I have tax records that say 16. I know we're talking 16 and 17, but this is not very different from 2 and 3. Right? So a person can come in here and say that they've had a 3-unit building in the R1 since 1960, and it wouldn't be any different to me than 16 and 17. An illegal unit is an illegal unit if there's no tax record or zoning approval for it.
Here, if you look at Exhibit E, I'm just pulling any of the exhibit, second page, it clearly shows apartment 2A that was filed, what the legal rent is, the date of 2015, what the lease is. This was filed with a rent leveling board in 2016. We're talking about apartment 2A. This has always been registered as an apartment. If you continue in Exhibit E, and it's highlighted in yellow, clearly shows the apartment in question. If you go to Exhibit F, which is the registration that was filed, it says number of units, 33, Jersey City, received by the Leveling Board, 2011. And the next page, it clearly shows 48A:A-2, which is apartment 2A. What the legal rent is, $520, 2/15/2011. The lease expiration, 2/29/2012. So it's never been, it's always shown as 33 units throughout all of our records that we've had. So that's never been an issue. None of the apartments in the building have ever had COs since the inception because the NJSA requiring COs that was adopted in 1975. It's NJSA 52:27D-133. No buildings or structures hereinafter constructed shall be used or occupied without a CO. So if you have an old Victorian house from 1800s and it's been used as a single family house for 60 years, you can't all of a sudden show up one day and say to the resident, you don't have a CO, you have to get out of your home.
Are you familiar with the tax record that Ms. Marione is showing us that shows 16 units?
In other words, the reason why I showed the tax assess and appeal is to show that all 33 units, when we do the when I did my tax appeals, and I have done the tax appeals for the last decade, with I mispronounce his name, the tax assessor. And his assistant, it's always listed 33 units, and it's valued. And what they require to do when we do the assessment is they want a copy of the rent rolls and the registrations that we have, and then he determines what the value is.
Does he show the 34, which is the office?
Sure, I can. No,
does
it's always
he?
33. It's always 33. Hold
And
on.
they weren't counting the offices, making that 33 without knowing about the other?
No,
Okay.
no. Yeah. But here, in other words, that's what I attached. I attached my letter from
So, excuse me, let me ask another question. Where is this unit? Is this unit in the basement?
No.
Oh, it's up above?
Yeah, it's apartment 2A, and it's been a residential unit going back. Yardy we got in 2000, in 1999 goes our actually Yardy prints outs. But I have every single registration for the last, I think I showed over 20 years of registrations with the state and the city, and the tax rolls showing that we paid for the 33 units. So we're not requesting that the issue be
Well, wait,
as
how does the tax roll say you paid for 33 units if the assessor says there's only 16 in the one and 14 or whatever it is in the other? How does it, how are you paying taxes on 17 units?
I'll
You got
go
a
through it.
tax
Hang
bill
on.
that says
property registration with the city 2011 Exhibit F. Let me just look.
The tax assessor also will assess you if they find an illegal unit for that illegal unit.
Right, and
Yeah.
that's never been.
It doesn't mean that the tax record changes and makes the unit legal.
No, but exactly. In other words, for the rent leveling board, I'm just looking 33, and as part of the Chapter 90,
I
the
know
Chapter
what that is.
91,
Yes.
he's asking for the rent rolls.
I
And he
understand.
sees 2A in the rent roll. So we're simply asking and going before the board tonight with regard to 2A, that's the violation here. It's listed that it's an illegal unit that has to be removed. And that's the only issue before the board, and we're respectfully requesting that that violation be dismissed because per the documentation we have, 2A has always been registered with the city and the DHCR in all these documents showing that it's been a residential unit. So that's the only issue that we're asking for. The issue as to whether or not a building is required to have COs if it was constructed in the 1960s before the 1975 adoption, that's a different issue. But we're simply asking for this one violation to be dismissed with regard to 2A. I think there's ample evidence to show that unit has always been registered with the city and the department, and it's always been listed as a resident.
So were you ever asked to go through the zoning process just to, have this paperwork completed?
Well, with the office, the zoning officer, when I was showing these documents, they're like, well, file for CO. And our position is that we don't need to file for CO. And if we filed for a CO for this unit, that means what happens to the last 30 years of us charging rent? We're not allowed to charge anyone rent, and then any case, no one has to pay rent that they're living there. And in other words, it's a bad precedent for me to start. So we were saying, and then, the suggestion was that
Yeah, I
we'll
get
come
it,
before
Tanya.
the board.
Tanya, what happens to the next tenant in this building, and the next tenant doesn't pay rent,
Technically at all.
and we go to the tenancy court, they say it's registered, and Judge Jimenez again says, show me a CO. He's got no CO. And then he goes to file another violation, and here we go again. Why
Yeah, I
can't we
mean,
just dismiss this thing?
The overturning of the violation wouldn't equal a CO. Is that what you're asking?
No, but
No,
according
what
to the
I'm saying
court,
is,
yeah.
what's stopping? There's 16 units according to our tax records, right? And you said, we say there's 17 units in there. What, forgetting which unit is, which is the oddball unit, let's just say that he follows your advice and gets a CO for this particular unit.
Yeah.
Now the guy across the hall decides not to pay the rent. And he goes before Judge Jimenez, and the judge says, I can't throw you out because there's no CO. So
But
you-
it wouldn't be the CO for the unit. You only give COs per unit when they're condo owner occupied. It would be for a 17-unit building.
So you're asking him to get a CO
For a 17-unit
for a
building.
17-unit building, not for this particular apartment.
Correct.
See, and according to the court, they have the documentation showing that it's been registered. The issue is that there's a violation for this. And he's like, well, resolve the violation. So we're not asking for a decision on the buildings or whether it's grandfathered when COs are required. We're simply asking for this violation for 2A to be dismissed. That's all we're asking the board tonight, respectfully.
So I have a question too, I'm sorry. So being that is the violation was written against one unit or against the entire building? Because if the building's supposed to have it, then I would think the violation has to be against the building and not a particular unit. And if that's the case, I really don't know what we're actually making a decision on.
The violation.
I almost want to dismiss it because
Sure, the
I
violation
don't get
is-
it, and it's just too crazy.
The violation is a legal unit must be removed, and
Right.
it's apartment 2A. So
But-
that's what we're asking.
And my concern is what
Tanya-
makes that unit
Yeah.
illegal? It was written to a unit, but you're saying that really it's the building that should have the CO. So it's not a unit,
I'm not
it's a
saying that-
building. No, not you, I'm talking
Oh,
about time.
I'm sorry.
So, I mean, it's just confusing, this unit versus the building.
Yeah, so why can't
Either
we
you don't
just-
have to have a CO at all, according to state law, but, I mean, that would determine everything, I guess, right now, right? We won't even be having this conversation. But let's say it is the case, if you did need to have a CO, it's the building that gets the CO, not any particular unit.
The violation was sent to the property owner,
Okay.
not to
Right.
2A.
As
But
to
why
2A.
Right.
So my question is this, why can't we just dismiss this? Give him 60 days to get a CO, and somebody goes out and inspects it again. If he doesn't register it as a 17 unit, you give him a violation for not COing the entire building.
Right. Another,
Wouldn't that be the easiest thing to do? And then he could come to your office and say, I don't need a CO because I'm grandfathered in. And we could
He
debate that
could say
somewhere
that
else.
to the construction code official.
Yeah, I can do that to, yeah, right, yeah, why are we grappling
and
with
just, you
this?
know, that
Have enough issues
there's
here.
no secret about this building. This building is registered and it's inspected
no, I get
whenever
it.
the
Yeah, yeah, we
yearly
get it.
inspections.
Yeah,
And
we do
I just want to
understand.
let you know that my client just didn't, go to some vacant lot and construct something without, it's inspected every
Okay.
year. We pay our inspection fees and it's registered and with rent rolls showing 2A. So we're just asking for 2A to be dismissed. I have no problem speaking with counsel if necessary, or yourself, with regard to the building. Having inspections, that's not an issue. We have inspections all the time.
Just so
Tanya?
we're clear, I don't make the decision on whether or not a certificate of occupancy is required. That is 100% the construction code official.
Oh, there you go, okay.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
The word is very simple, but I don't understand how we do it. What do you mean by moving a unit from a building? How are you gonna do that?
No, what removing?
You said that
How
the
is he gonna
unit has
change
to
the
be
viola-
removed, right?
No,
How are you gonna remove a unit?
What I was going to explain is that.
No, I'm not
to
asking you. I'm
remove a
asking
unit.
I'm asking
okay.
actually the man who gave it you the violation or the person who gave
Right.
the violation.
That's like putting a bedroom in a boiler room, putting a bed and saying, here it is, so take out the bed. But that's not the case here.
I want to know the case. I want to understand the case. What do you mean by moving a unit?
You vacate it. Vacate it.
Hmm?
Vacate it.
Vacating
Taking it.
You mean, you're right, not
Leave it
removing it.
empty.
You can no longer use this as,
If this is the case, so the lady should
But-
leave.
No, I would
Get
very
rid of
much
that
like to.
tenant.
We are.
That's what I'm leading. This is what I'm leading to.
But there,
No, I can't just
I think we should.
No,
get rid of a
I'm-
unit
I'm-
for
no,
40
I'm
something
saying-
years. Someone will
I'm-
rent that unit. when
I'm
she
trying.
leaves.
I'm trying to help you. That's the
No,
whole
I
thing.
appreciate it.
And I'm trying to figure out what this means and how it will be done. So
Yeah.
there's nothing that makes this unit special, that it's supposed to be the one that has to have the violation. So it's, all of them should go, they all should have violations, or like you said, the whole building. So sticking to this one unit makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. And if we're still gonna continue with this, then we should just dismiss it, because it just sounds crazy. Either the building should be, have a violation, or they're not supposed to have COs, according to what you said. But like Vinny said, until you could get your hands around that issue, whether even COs were required, that time period to give you that opportunity to do that, I think should be granted by us getting rid of this today.
Yeah.
And if it comes back that there is a violation at some point, that'll come up again, right? We'll get to the bottom of it when we have more, more clear information about it. Then we'll make a decision when that comes, if it even gets to us. It might even be something for the Construction Board of Appeals or something.
yeah, so if the building, construction code official determines that a CO is required, that violation is through the building department.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what I'm saying.
And then
So
we'll-
it might
then
be
we'll
their
deal with
court. We're
them
making the
and
decision over
their
something that's not even
counsel
our
and-
court.
Right.
It's illegal. It's a legal issue. Yeah.
Yeah, so what you probably should do is go to the construction code official and ask if you need a CO, because the next wise
the
guy
person you have
tenant
to
is
deal
going to
with.
say,
No,
I don't have to pay rent because I don't have a CO.
I have an asterisk next to your note. That's
Yeah.
what we're going to do tomorrow. So this
Yeah.
way we don't have this issue. But we would respectfully request and appreciate if just this case, this one ticket can be dismissed.
Tell Judge Jimenez, come on, we have enough work here. Stop it.
I was just there 2 days ago on another case. He's a very nice judge,
Very
but he's
nice.
just covering himself. There's an open violation. He said,
He used to
Get rid of
represent
it.
North Bergen in their tax appeals, Judge Jimenez. So he's very
And
well
Gothenburg.
familiar with tax appeals
No,
when he was in private practice. So somebody want to make a motion to just?
I will, does anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
To
What's
For
the
dismissal?
motion?
dismiss?
Yes.
To dismiss, case, where am I at here?
Number 9.
Number 9. To dismiss case Z2023-0023. Does someone want to make a motion to dismiss that?
I'll make the motion to dismiss.
Can I get a second? Okay. Okay, Tanya?
On the motion to dismiss the appeal, Vice Chair Arujo.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Commissioner Saplicki,
Yes.
Commissioner Shadid,
no.
Commissioner Barron,
Yes. Solution.
Commissioner Allen,
Yes.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Chair Coyle.
No.
Motion carries 5 in favor, 2 opposed, none abstain.
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay, our next case is Z22-089, 128 Glenwood Avenue. Iris, are you okay, or do you need you okay? Okay.
By the way, what happened to this
Wait a minute,
case?
The word dismiss, what would that mean?
That's the one you went with.
The violation
Yeah,
dismissed?
he was here for this, right? What, did he just leave? Yes, tell me what happened to the guy.
I don't know how you say that.
Yeah, but this is also very difficult.
I know, but he has to go to construction because they should know. Mr. White.
What happened to Higgins on
Oh,
this
is he-
other case? He just walked.
Disappeared, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Chair, members of the board, Commissioner, Mr. LaPaglia, Ms. Marione, Score Reporter. Good to see everybody, first of all, in person. I know it's been a few years since we have, and there have been some changed faces. So on behalf of the applicant, Benjamin Wine of Prime and Tuvel, we're here this evening seeking minor site plan and D1 use variance approval in order to construct a residential development on what is currently a vacant piece of property located at 128 Glenwood Avenue, which is block 13204, lot 58. The issue with this lot in particular is it's one of several.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, we're fine.
Oh, would you like to have our affidavit
Oh,
package
yeah.
marked
I'm
first
sorry.
and foremost?
You might want to formally carry Fairmont.
You know, we were just discussing, not this case, but the gentleman before from Mr. Joseph's office has another case here that we were going to do, and I guess he just left the room. So I don't know if anybody's here for case Z23-028, which is 312 Fairmont Avenue.
I don't know, but Mr. LaPaglia, I will say I actually spoke to Mr. Joseph yesterday.
No, he was here. You saw him here
Mr.
on the
Higgins
case
was here.
before. Yeah,
Mr. Higgins was here.
Oh, Mr. Higgins, but isn't he from that office?
He is, but I had spoken to Mr. Joseph yesterday on a completely unrelated matter, and he did indicate to me that he was not himself planning to be here this evening, and so I don't know if he was going to present that particular case, but if so, I
Mr. Higgins just emailed me and said that he respectfully requests to carry
Oh, just
preservation
now. Okay.
notice.
I guess he wasn't ready to proceed. Is that the idea?
I'm not sure, but
So,
I just
why don't
got
we
it at
carry that case
8:46.
To when? When's our next board meeting?
February 8th.
February 8th. So case Z 23-028 will carry to February, what did you say?
8th.
8th. Sorry.
Got
Mr.
it.
Wong.
Sorry.
So let's
Okay,
start
please apologize.
with your case. So we do have your notices, your affidavit, proof of service. So Iris, we'll mark that as A1 for this application. Yes.
Perfect.
Great. Thank you.
So as I was saying, the property in question located at 128 Glenwood Avenue, we are seeking the D1 use variance to propose a residential development on the subject property. The issue is that the property is currently zoned U for the University District, and it was one of several properties that St. Peter's has either sold off already or is looking or is under contract to sell off. In this case, my client actually does own the property outright. He purchased it from St. Peter's. I don't have the exact date in front of me, but he's owned it for some time. In the U zoning district, if you're familiar, which it's exactly what it sounds like, which is it's zoned for predominantly university uses. That includes dormitories, fraternity and sorority houses, meeting buildings, parks and playgrounds, things of that nature. This property has been a community garden managed and operated and owned by St. Peter's for years and years and years. And again, it's one of the few properties that they have since sold off to private developer. So unfortunately, given the context of its U zoning, what we're here seeking is to turn this into a residential use, which is our burden of proof, is to show that the site is particularly suited to the use that we're proposing, as well as to show that the positive criteria, which we'll go through in detail, substantially outweigh the benefits substantially outweigh the detriments, and that we satisfy both the positive criteria and negative criteria, which, as you know, for a D1 application is to show that we do meet special reasons. Specifically with this building, it would contain 4 units, which is by design very specifically. The majority, this entire block is either zoned U for the university zoning district or R3, which is the other residential district that is located on this block. So we have tailored this application to an R3 type of use, which is a 4-family use, because that's simply what would make sense given the zoning on the surrounding blocks. And if you actually look, as we'll go through in detail, you'll see that the residential lots on the block are predominantly R3. There is one, I believe, that is still U in addition to ours, but they are predominantly R3. So that's ultimately how we designed this. Just by way of a little bit of background, this project began quite some time ago. It came into my office approximately 1.5 years ago. Originally, when the project architect and my client brought it to me, we had proposed compliance with all the U zoning standards. I balked at that a little bit because, as you'll note on the zoning table, which you might have, the U zoning districts are substantially actually more generous than your typical residential zone. It would have allowed for a building that went on this 140 or so foot property, approximately 130 feet back. So it would have been a substantial depth building. We initially did propose that at my client's request. We went to a community meeting and very quickly disposed of that as simply just not in character with the R3 or anything of that nature. We subsequently had 2 more community meetings and just very briefly managed over the course of time to reduce the height below what is permitted both in the U zone and the R3 zone. We also added some decorative metal railing detail to the roof to serve around the roof deck on top instead of your typical parapet that runs up, again, to kind of eliminate some of that more modern residential feel. We also eliminated a bedroom from each of the units. So while we have 4 units, initially we were proposing 3 4-bedroom units and 1 3-bedroom unit, which we did think was appropriate even with the shortened building, but nevertheless we took 1 bedroom out of each at the request of the community. And lastly, we have gone through approximately 5 or 6 facade iterations to bring what you see here this evening into something that more reflects that Queen Anne style that I think is, I wouldn't say predominant on the block, but certainly there's a row of several houses that do elicit that type of look. So again, what we're here this evening seeking is the D1 use variance minor site plan approval for a 4-family residence. You will hear from our project architect who will walk you through the plans in detail, how we got to where we are today. And then you'll hear from our project planner as well, who will seek to justify the relief. Again, just to provide some context, as I said before, this was historically owned by St. Peter's and it made sense as a U zoning district. However, being that they no longer own the property and had no interest in owning the property, the U zoning district to build a fraternity house or a dormitory building, which we certainly could do, likely does not make the most sense in the context of the rest of the uses surrounding. So with that, Madam Chair and Commissioners, unless you have any questions of me, what I'd like to do is call my first witness. Okay, thank you. So my first witness, it'll be a tandem. I'm going to have Thomas Laporta, and I know this board is familiar with this procedure. They've done it in the past. Thomas Laporta is our licensed architect under whom the plans were designed and prepared and signed and sealed. And Martin Moreno is the project lead designer who handled really the bulk of the work on the project and ultimately will, if he's accepted, be testifying before you as to his design.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So with that, I will also, Tom, come on up.
Apologies. I'll try not to get anything affected. I'm a little sick.
Do you swear that the testimony you will provide this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your full name, spell your last.
Thomas Laporta. Last name's Laporta.
And your address, business address?
900 South Avenue, Staten Island, New York, 10314.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
To get you qualified, Mr. Laporta, especially because your address is in New York, so just to confirm, you are a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey, and have you appeared and been accepted as an expert before any other boards in the state of New Jersey?
Yes, I've been licensed in New Jersey for almost 8 years now, going on 9 years, and I presented in front of the Planning Board of Jersey City and Orange and in Jersey and a lot in New York City.
Mm-hmm.
So, Madam Chair, unless you have any objection, I would like to have Mr. Laporta qualified as an expert in the field of architecture. Okay, thank you. So, and I should add also, Mr. Laporta, what Mr. Moreno will testify to, the plans that everybody will see this evening that they have in front of them, they were prepared under your direction. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's your signature and license and seal on the plans?
Correct.
Okay, and you oversaw everything that Mr. Moreno ultimately designed and submitted before this board?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm going to ask you to take a seat. And what we would do now, Martin, I know I've done this with you before, but I would get you qualified. You'll be qualified, you'll be testifying as a fact witness. But if you can, again, give the board your qualification. First of all, I guess your name and, yep.
Finish your thoughts. Do you swear, sir, that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, yes.
Please state your full name, spell your last.
My name is Martin Moreno, Martin Moreno.
And your address, your business address?
370 Communipal Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, 07304.
Thank you. Witness is sworn.
Thank you. you. So, Martin, again, as a fact witness, I think it would be helpful nevertheless if you could give the board the benefit of your background and your affiliation with this project.
Yes, so I studied architecture at NGIT, class of 2015. I've been working as a project manager in Jersey City for almost 10 years now, since 2015, and I presented to multiple boards in New Jersey, including Secaucus, Orange, and Jersey City.
Okay.
So while we're not asking you to be sworn in as an expert, I will ask Madam Chair if Mr. Moreno can please speak on this application.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so Martin, I believe you're going to walk through the presentation. What I would ask you to do is if there's going to be anything that you have not previously submitted at least 10 days in advance, please indicate as such so that we can get that marked into evidence.
Yes, will do. Okay, so good evening, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Martin Moreno, and I am presenting on behalf of Tila Porta Architect PC for our project at 128 Glenwood Avenue. The property is located in the University District between John F. Kennedy Boulevard and Westside Avenue, as illustrated in our zoning map on the top center. You can't see my cursor. Let me see if I can. There you go. As illustrated here in the top center. Next to our zoning map is a colored elevation of our proposed design. We are proposing a 4-story, 4-unit residential building, and therefore requesting permission for a use variance. As Mr. Wine previously stated, we've went through many iterations of the front design to be more in line with the neighboring properties. As you can see in the working site photo in the bottom left-hand corner, some of the features are very similar to that. Scrolling down to the next page, Z101. In the top left-hand corner, we have a survey of our property. As you can see, it's currently a vacant lot, and right next to it is our proposed survey. As mentioned, this is in the University District, which does not have a front or rear yard setback requirement. So for the front, what we are doing is matching our neighbor's front yard setback to be more uniform with the neighboring homes. For the rear yard, we are proposing 44.5 feet, a substantially deep rear yard for better coverage, green space, water retention, things of that nature. For the side yard setbacks, there is also a variance being requested given that the University District requires a 10-foot buffer. So we are proposing a total of 5.5-foot side yard setback with 2 feet on one side and 3.5 on the other, which is very much in line with similar residential standards. Other than that, our coverage, we are proposing a lot coverage of 63%, which is 17% less than the maximum allowed. And to furthermore elaborate on the green space, we are also proposing a tree on front of the property per JC City forestry standards. Also, as I mentioned, we are located between Westside Avenue and JFK. So in the top right-hand corner, we have street photos looking in the direction of both cross streets to get a better sense of the neighboring properties. Z102 and Z103 are both very normal standards, the Jersey City forestry standards and site standards that we have for our project, including some details for the waste and things like that. So I'll just briefly go through that, and I'll move on to our floor plans. So, as mentioned, we are proposing a 4-story, 4-unit building. Each floor is going to consist of 1 residential unit, each unit being 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. The first unit is located on the first floor, and it measures at 1,062.3 square feet and has all ADA clearances. Also located on the first floor, as you can see here, is the sprinkler room for the building, the refuse storage screened away from the public, and the utilities for the building. Drawing attention to the bottom part of the sheet, we have the second floor floor plan, which features Unit 2. As mentioned, it's also a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom unit, and it measures 1,094.1 square feet. The main entrance will be from the front, which I will further elaborate on once I get to the side elevations. But every single unit in the building will come with a washer dryer, and the mechanicals for each unit will be located inside the unit for better maintenance convenience. Moving on to sheet A101, here we have the Unit 3 and Unit 4 layouts. They are very similar to the Unit 2 layout on the second floor. Both consist of 3 bedroom and 2 bathrooms. Unit Unit 3 measures 1,094.1 square feet, and Unit 4 measures 1,090.4 square feet. Unit 4 is a little bit smaller given the front facade design, which we created a sort of a triangular dormer accent, which ate a little bit into the residential unit. But other than that, the plans are very similar, and each unit has 2 means of egress, as labeled in all the floor plans. Moving on to sheet A102. The rear yard is going to serve as an exterior green space for Unit 1 and Unit 2, and the roof is going to serve as an exterior space for Unit 3 and Unit 4. Both roof terraces will be provided with a gas line and water line hookup connection, and both terraces will also act as the main space to keep the AC condensers for both Unit 3 and Unit 4 as shown as so. We are also providing an eco roof, with the details being here on the right bottom right-hand corner. The reason for the eco roof serves 2 purposes, both visually aesthetic. It's nice to have green space up there, but it'll also have a function as a water retention tool. And also just kind of highlight the pedestal decking system that will be proposed, or something very similar as such. Moving on to our elevations. As we previously mentioned, we went through many different iterations of the front facade design to come up with something that was a little bit more uniform with the neighboring buildings. So certain accents that you see on the front facade, such as the triangular roofs here, the porch, the step up, the bay window, those are all designed to be more in line with the neighboring homes. In terms of the colors and the materials, those were also picked to be more in line with the neighboring homes, and I do have an Exhibit A, which is an exterior rendering, which I will get to towards the end of the presentation, if okay with everyone. Just to highlight the rear elevation, units 4, 3, and 2. Excuse me. Units 4, 3, and 2 will include an exterior balcony, with Unit 1 having direct access to the rear yard. As mentioned, both Unit 1 and Unit 2 will share the rear yard as a common exterior space. To our side elevation, this is going to be the side that has 3.5 feet of side yard setback, considered our sort of egress, our egress side elevation, showing all the windows. Towards the bottom here, we have in more detail the materials that are being used. As mentioned, we have some light blue, some white, some beige bricks to be more in line with the neighboring homes, which again I will get to once I demonstrate Exhibit A, and some lighting details which can be found throughout the elevations, as you see here. Also, each elevation is properly noted with the materials corresponding to the legend. Going on to the next elevation, this is the 2-foot side. Per code, we can't really have any windows there, so that's just going to be mostly siding. And then towards the bottom of the sheet, we have our cross section of the building, demonstrating the different spaces between each unit, and furthermore highlighting both egress paths for each unit. Moving on to our proposed study of the streetscape. As you see here in the existing site photo up above, like Mr. Wine mentioned, we could have designed something a little bit bigger in terms of massing and scale, but we decided to do something that was more uniform with the neighboring homes and fit more in line with said neighboring homes. I am going to just briefly go through JCMUA. These are JCMUA standards and some just site and construction note standards. But going on to Exhibit 1, here is the proposed exterior elevation as mentioned. We are, if I can zoom in, I don't know if I can zoom in. I'm sorry, this thing is very slow. All right, I'm not sure. Oh, there you go. Oh, wow. Apologies. I'm not sure why this is going so slow.
Martin, as you pull it up, I'll just note for the record, I think that this would be Exhibit A2. I believe the affidavit package is A1.
Yes. Oh, my apologies. So this is Exhibit A2. I apologize. So I'm not going to zoom in to avoid going through all that again. But for the bay window, we are proposing a shingle-like siding. And for the blue siding here, it's more almost like a shingle siding as well, which is meant to match some of the neighboring materials and colors. As I mentioned, we have, for the colors, we have some blue, some light beige, some whites in there. So both materials and colors were chosen to be more uniform and more in line with the neighboring homes. And then to further elaborate on a sort of massing study, as you can see here, this is our working site. Just to get a sense of the neighboring massings, there's a number of larger buildings that are around our working property, but like mentioned many times throughout the presentation, a lot of the design choices were meant to be more in line with these row homes here.
And Martin, just for the record, we'll ask that this exhibit be marked as A3, and if you could just describe what the exhibit is.
Yeah, so as mentioned, this is continuing the massing study. This is just meant to show the size and the scale of the nearby buildings. As you can see, there's massive buildings of over 5 stories, larger scale, much larger density, which is something that we can potentially tap into from a design standpoint. But as mentioned, we are being more in line with our neighboring homes, the neighboring homes, and to be more uniform from a design and massing standpoint.
Martin, just a couple of follow-up questions, if it's okay. So first of all, with respect to the zoning requirements, so other than that buffer, which is designed for a university use, we are fully compliant with all of the massing standards?
That is correct, as you can see in the zoning analysis chart on the first page.
Okay, and out of curiosity, would we also be compliant with the R3 zoning and massing standards?
We would, yes.
Okay. All right, and my only other question for you as well, if you can jump back to that final exhibit down at the bottom.
The aerial photo?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to highlight because I might have missed it when you testified. If you could just point and direct to the siting question.
Right, so as per the legend down here, the working site is this red boundary indicated here in the center.
Okay.
As I mentioned, it is a vacant lot.
Okay, wonderful. And the front yard setback, again, even though there's no standard in the U zone, the front yard setback, we would align with one of our neighbors, is that correct?
Correct, to be more uniform. As
Within a foot or so?
yes, as you can tell, there is a sort of predominant setback throughout the street that's a little bit more forward, more towards closer to the street. But as mentioned, we are matching our setback to the neighbors to be a little more recessed back for better coverage, front yard, things like that.
Perfect. All right, so Madam Chair, that's all I have of Mr. Moreno and Mr. Laporta at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'd like to.
So you see Cynthia rising. So should we want to cross-examine at the end of everything?
Well, I know that's normally what we do, but given that he has his exhibit up on the computer, I don't know if it would be easier for me to jump in now. Either way's fine.
No problem, right? Okay, yes.
Good evening, Commissioners, Chairwoman Coyle. My name's Cynthia Giannis. I'm here tonight on behalf of Sharon and Nathan McCormick, who live adjacent to this property at 130 Glenwood Ave.
Are you finished?
Well, she's going to cross-examine him now.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Few questions, yes.
Yeah, I have a few questions for Mr. Moreno.
Sure.
So I believe you explained that you're an architectural designer. Would you just tell us what an architectural designer does?
Works in an architectural firm under the guidance of a licensed architect. I can also be labeled as a project manager to create code compliant designs or just in general any sort of schematic or anything like that for submission to cities for permits or anything along those lines.
Okay, and what did Mr. Laporta do to oversee your work?
Every single thing that was done here was discussed with Mr. Laporta in regards to the floor plans, the designs. Whenever we had community meetings, I reported back to him. So he's very familiar with the project.
Okay. You may recall there was a prior iteration of these plans that showed an exterior fire escape as a second means of egress. How did that change?
We added an interior second means of egress, which is the interior stair.
Okay, and why did you do that?
Because while a fire escape in the code, and I have this from DCA, In the code, there's no writing that says a fire escape cannot be used as a legal second means of egress. There were some issues in the zoning which said fire escapes are permitted on the side yard, which I believe is still there, but it wasn't really made clear that's only applicable to existing construction and not new construction. After discussing with DCA, they made it very clear that while it doesn't state that it cannot be used as a second means of egress, it is not permitted to be used as such. So after we received notice from the zoning department saying that we cannot use a fire escape as a second means of egress, we redesigned the floor plans to have 2 interior stairs.
Okay, so it turned out that the code does require an enclosed staircase as a second means
Right,
of
but
egress.
the code requires for 4 stories or more, it requires 2 means of egress. However, it doesn't make it clear that a fire escape cannot be used as a second means of egress. So
Okay.
we did have an internal staircase as our initial means of egress, and the fire escape was used as our second means of egress, and it was located in a sense per chapter 10 of the building code to be separated 1/3 of the building diagonal. The building code states that if your building is sprinklered, your both access to both egresses have to be 1/3 of the building diagonal. So for example, if your building is 100 feet from corner to corner, the distance has to be 33 feet and change. So our fire escape was compliant with that separation, but as mentioned, we then changed it after we received word from zoning that it was not permitted.
Okay, so how far apart are the 2 means of egress now?
Now they're more than compliant. There has to be a minimum of 1/3, and
Okay.
they're way more than that.
Okay, so I don't, I mean, I tried to kind of, just eyeball it, and it looked like it was about 30 feet apart, but you're saying it would have to be 33 feet apart.
It's more, Miss Cynthia. As you can tell, the initial one is here, and the secondary one is here. So it's way more than, but again, that was an example for, just to be clear, the 100-foot corner to corner was an example because that's an easy number to divide by 3, 33 and change. So that distance will be specified when it comes to preparing construction documents for building permits.
Okay.
But you can almost eyeball it. That is more than 1/3 of corner to corner, the separation of the stairs.
Okay, and aside from the 2 staircases, are there any other means of egress on the plans?
No, we're only providing 2, which is required per code. The main one is going to be used, as I mentioned, from the front, and the secondary one would be used, in terms of, in case of emergency, things like that, which lead out to a code-compliant side yard setback.
How about the bedroom windows or because I think if we blew that up, you'd see that they're
Yes,
labeled
so
as egress.
Right. So per NJIBC section 1031, we are required a certain installation for egress windows from all habitable spaces, and the windows indicated on the side elevation all comply with the minimum opening width and the minimum opening height.
Okay. Now, if there were a fire, how would someone get out from a 4th floor bedroom window into this 3-foot alley?
They would not. They were, if in the case of a fire, God forbid, there's 2 sort of safety measures here that are being included. One is a sprinkler system. As I mentioned earlier, the building is going to be sprinklered, and the means of egress, both per Chapter 10, once you're 4 stories or more, your egresses have to be rated 2 hours. So those 2 stairs will be rated 2 hours.
Okay, what does rated 2 hours mean?
It's a fireproof rating, at least 2 hours of fireproof rating.
Okay, what is the height of the proposed structure?
Well, it's on a bit of a slope, but we are less than 40, which is the maximum permitted.
Okay, how much less than 40?
I believe on the front is about 2 feet, and the back is about 1.5 feet.
Okay, and how does the height of this structure compare with the height of the 2 immediately adjacent structures?
It is going to be taller, but as I showed in the streetscape, the streetscape here of the height of the neighboring homes were determined using various methods, such as Jersey City topographic maps, such as Google Earth imagery, and on-site measurements. So you could see here that it is going to be taller than neighboring homes. And just to reiterate, the home here is something that was recently approved as well, which is of similar height.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, my question was what's the height of the adjacent structures? Do you have a number or?
Yes, like I said, this was concluded from using different methods. So we have, it's labeled, here, but it's a little hard to see, and I'm having trouble zooming.
Yeah.
But it will be, like I said, we are under the 40 feet maximum that's permitted, but I'm sure it will be a little bit taller than the neighboring homes.
Okay. Are there steps going down to the ground floor unit?
There is, yes.
And how many steps do you have to go down to get into that
I
unit?
believe it's 2 or 3.
Okay. And I think the plans note that it's an ADA unit. What are the steps ADA compliant?
No, the ADA access will be accessible from the side yard setback. So, Chapter 4 of the 2017 IACC requires, I believe it's IACC, requires that when you're approaching and you have a door opening, that you're required a minimum 42 inches wide, which is what we have.
Okay, so they wouldn't get into their unit or if someone needed.
If someone were accessible and needed to access the first floor unit, they would be able to do so through the side yard.
Okay. So actually, I had a question for you about Z101, a site plan there.
It's
you said it's tough to zoom in.
It is.
Okay.
Whenever I try it, it's.
Yeah. Okay. If we could, can we look at the front? Yeah, that's very good. Okay, thank you. So, you testified that the front setback matched the adjacent structures. But from I see, and you tell me if I'm wrong. There's it looks like. Where the adjacent property's building line ends, that's where your front porch starts.
We are matching on. If you're looking at it on the right, the primary front facade is matching the right bay window.
You mean the porch?
No, Miss Cynthia. If you look this right here, that hatching indicates that it's part of the building. This circular hatching here, and I believe it's evident. Yes, you can see here it's evident in the site photo.
Okay, so you're building, because it looks, in looking at that, it looks like you're jutting out beyond
the porch is stretching out a little bit beyond, but the primary facade, which I believe zoning states that the front yard setback has to match the primary building facade, is adjacent with the.
Doesn't the front building line of the proposed structure jut out to and kind of line up with where the adjacent homes' porches are located?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Doesn't the front building line of the proposed structure jut out and line up more with the porches on the adjacent structures?
As I mentioned, the neighbor, if you're looking at it from the street on the right, has 2 large bay windows. That's what's indicated in this hatching here. So our primary facade, which is this line here, is matching the edge of that bay window.
Okay.
This survey here, which was performed by a licensed surveyor, that's also showing the side yard setback too at 25.8. At 25.8.
And Martin, to clarify, it's front yard setback. You just said side.
Oh, my apologies. Front yard setback, correct.
The building on the right is 25 point?
Yes, the bay window, the most farthest point, is at 25.8.
Okay. And then my client's home on
about 2 foot more. I believe that's 27.7.
Okay. All right. And then just your massing study, A3, is that in this same document?
It is, yes.
Okay. And this is my last question.
I'm not sure what's going on here. application that works. Are you talking about this
Uh,
or
the aerial view
Yes.
of the entire block. Okay.
Apologies.
Aren't the bigger buildings on much bigger lots?
That is something that I'm not aware of. I'm not sure what building pertains to what lot exactly, but this is more schematic purposes just to indicate the size of the neighboring buildings.
But right, but you said there are a lot of bigger buildings on the block, didn't you?
Yes, miss, because there are. As you
Okay,
can-
and it's not obvious from looking at this that the bigger buildings are on much bigger lots than the
Right, but
than
again,
128 Glenwood.
I can't say exactly to what lot they pertain to. That's something I'm not familiar with.
Okay, all right, okay, that's it. Thank you.
Of course, no problem.
Madam Chair, can I redirect on one question?
Sure.
So just following up on Ms. Hajianis' last question, but just to confirm, and I think you stated this earlier, the massing of our building complies with the zoning requirements for both the U zone and what we think would make sense in the R3 zone. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
For a residential building?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, are there any individuals in the public that would like to comment on this project?
We have to.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're not finished? Okay.
Yeah. Would you like to question Mr.
No,
Moreno?
no.
Anything else? Or is that it?
Martin, if you want to just leave it on that slide.
Sure. All right, so with that, Madam Chair, my next and intended final witness this evening is Ms. Carolyn Worstel of Dresner Robin, who's our project planner. You're not
Okay.
getting rid of us that fast.
It's getting late.
Ma'am, do you swear that the testimony you will provide this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Full name, please, for your
It's
last
Carolyn Worstel, Worstell.
and your business address, please.
It's 1 Evertrust Plaza, Jersey City. And I actually have a card I can just give to you.
Please, thank you. And the witness is sworn.
Perfect, thank you. So Carolyn, I know you've appeared before this board several times, but if you can please confirm for the board that your license as a professional planner is in good standing. And Madam Chair, would you like Carolyn to go through her educational professional background?
No, we don't need that. She's been before this board numerous times.
So your license is in good standing?
It is.
Okay, so I would submit
Thank you.
Ms. Worstel as an expert in the field of professional planning.
Correct. We accept her qualifications.
All right.
Thank
Good
you very
evening, everyone. Nice to see you all in person. So again, we're here this evening for a D1 use variance, as we are requesting to put a residential use on a lot in the University District where that is not permitted. For a D1 use variance, they are permitted to be under the municipal land use law in particular cases and for special reasons. And under relevant case law, the Medici case law, the standard for granting such variances with respect to the positive criteria is that the use will promote a general welfare, the property is particularly suitable to accommodate the proposed use, and that the proposed use can be reconciled with a zoning ordinance. So I'm going to break that down into the individual pieces as we sort of go through this. So with relating to site suitability, so the subject property is in the U district, which permits colleges and universities, parks and playgrounds, dormitories, fraternity and sorority houses, or meeting halls. So it's a fairly prescribed use that's very related to what a university needs. However, this property is no longer owned by a university. In addition, this property is a little unusual in the size. It is a 25-foot wide, approximately 140-foot deep lot that's about 3,581 square feet. That's larger than you typically see for a residential lot, but it's pretty small for a university use. You know, if you're going to be trying to put a building with classrooms or offices or a meeting hall where typically you're going to have a large group of people gathering, you're not going to be able to create a building footprint to accommodate that use on this lot. And this lot is isolated. We are sort of in between two properties that are currently residential uses. The other permitted uses include dormitory, fraternity, or sorority houses. And these uses are more residential in character. Hold on. Oh, yeah, it fell asleep. I apologize. Hold on, I'll just call it up later. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Thank you. Sorry.
So those other permitted uses, dormitory, fraternity, sorority houses, they're more residential in character. They often include bedrooms, bathrooms, laundry rooms, eating facilities. However, unlike a typical residential use in a residential zone, there's no maximum density in number of units or bedrooms for this use in the University District. Furthermore, each bedroom is likely to house 2 or more persons because it's a communal living home for students. This project is proposing a 4-family detached residential building, which is not a permitted use in the University District. But it has been designed to be consistent with the type of development that we think would be appropriate for this site. It has been designed to be consistent with the bulk requirements of the R3 district, which most of the other residential properties on this block are zoned for. And it's consistent with the overall character of this block, which contains, there are some, 1 and 2 family homes, but there are also larger apartment houses, as well as some of the legacy uses from the university. The subject property is one of 6 narrower, 25 feet in width lots, which are located between much larger lots, which are occupied by mid-rise structures. And you can obviously see that here in this image. You've got mid-rise structure, and then you've got these, the sort of 6 lots. The 5 other lots are currently developed or with approved for detached residential dwellings. 4 of the 6 properties are in the R3 mid-rise multifamily district, which permits 4-family dwellings on lots between 25,000 and 6,000 square feet. Or 2,500, I'm sorry. So development of the subject property with a detached 4-family dwelling would be consistent with the character of the block and the character of the zone in which other properties on this block are zoned for. Furthermore, we believe this use is consistent with the permitted dormitory, fraternity, or sorority house use, which would be permitted in the university district. But we feel that this would be a better planning alternative, as it would allow for a wider range of occupants, including families and young professionals, in addition to students of the university. And again, we also believe that this is really a very suitable use, again, not just due to its size, but its location. It is located between 2 residential uses. So we don't believe that, the other types of development permitted in the university district would be appropriate for this lot. I believe this development would promote the general welfare by advancing purposes in municipal land use law. It is an appropriate use for this lot, as I've just discussed, because it will create a residential use, which is in character with other residential uses along the block. It will create adequate light, air, and open space. This property does provide setbacks that either meet or exceed the standards for residential use in the R3 district. So that would be very consistent in providing the types of light and air that adjacent residential dwellings should expect from a residential use. It will promote an appropriate population density. Again, as I said, this dwelling is going to propose 4 units. It is consistent with the 4 units that would be permitted to be developed on this lot if it was in the R3. And then the project will promote a desirable visual environment through creative development. So as was just discussed by our architect, we did take quite a bit of time to try and design a building that took the characteristics of the historic development around it and tried to incorporate it into a new structure that, while it's not going to be exactly the same as a historic structure, we're trying to create something that will not be completely out of place. And additionally, I think this can be reconciled with the zoning ordinance. This variance request can be reconciled with a 2021 master plan. In that master plan, there's a recommendation that the university the university district be transitioned to something of an overlay zone, which would allow universities continue to grow and improve facilities within a defined area surrounding existing campuses without rendering existing residential or other non-university uses non-conforming. We're sort of in a bit of an opposite situation. We have a university-owned property that is no longer owned by a university. So we're looking at this sort of with a bit of a twist on it. But I believe that with this idea of this being an overlay, there's this idea with an overlay, you have to have an underlying zone. And that, you know, the idea would be that the overlay would include bulk regulations so that any development is consistent with the surrounding built environment. And I believe that that's what we're really trying to achieve here, is a building that is consistent with the built environment of this block and with the R3 standards, which would seem to be very appropriate for this block given the zoning elsewhere on it. This project has been designed to meet the requirements of the R3 district. The lot size of 3,581 square feet is consistent with what is necessary to build a 4-family in the R3 district. The height is at 4 stories and approximately 38 feet is less than the 4 stories and 42 feet that would be permitted in an R3 district. The front yard setback at 25.8 feet is consistent with the requirements in the R3 where you're matching the setbacks. Obviously, as was just discussed, some of these buildings have setbacks that are a little bit different. You've got porches that extend beyond the front building line, and so there's a little bit of differences between all these buildings, but in general, this building is consistent with the setback of those other structures. The proposed side yard setback at 2 feet on one side and 5.3 feet on both is consistent with requirements for side yard setbacks in the R3. Our rear yard setback at 44.5 feet exceeds requirement of 25%, which would require a minimum lot rear yard setback of 35.75 feet, so we're exceeding that. We have a building coverage of 40%, and we have a proposed lot coverage of 63%, which is significantly less than the maximum 80%, which would be permitted in the R3 district. I would also like to note that if this property was in like an R1 district, which would be another potential R district, you could still get a 4-family residential dwelling on this building. It is a very large lot. It is oversized, so you could get a 4-unit building on this lot, or 4 units on this lot. Again, the rear yard setback here at 44.5 feet exceeds the 25% requirement in the new R1 standards. The front yard and side yard setbacks, again, would be consistent with R1 standards. And again, the lot coverage at 63 is less than 85%, which would be permitted under R1. So this, again, would be consistent with the 2 potential other R districts that people might want to consider and think about for this lot. So in addition to the bulk, or in addition to our use request, we are requesting one bulk variance from the U district, and that's generally we subsume them within the use. And in this particular case, the bulk variance we're requesting is for a minimum buffer adjacent to an adjacent setback. So in the university district, there's a requirement you have a 10-foot setback from any, I think it's a residential zone or residential use. And in this case, we've got residential uses on both sides, so it would dramatically narrow our lot to about 5 feet wide of the buildable area. But in addition to that, not only would that be a hardship, but I don't believe that's really necessary any longer to try and meet this standard, because we are now trying to provide a residential use on this lot. The buffer standard is intended to buffer a resident from a university use, and we're not proposing a university use on this property any longer. So I believe it's very appropriate that that variance be subsumed within that use variance for that relief. And as I mentioned, we are meeting all the setbacks within R3 district that would be appropriate for a 4-family residential unit. And then finally, looking at the negative criteria, granting the requested variances would not result in a substantial detriment to the general welfare. We're looking to develop an existing vacant lot as a detached 4-family dwelling. We believe that this project is more appropriate than some of the other uses that are permitted, the other developable uses that are permitted within the university district. There is going to be some improvements on the streetscape. There's going to be a new street tree. There will be a landscape front yard, which would continue to improve the streetscape and maintain the streetscape of this neighborhood. And I don't believe that granting the requested variances will result in a substantial impairment to the intent and purpose of the zone plan and zoning ordinance. As I mentioned, I think that the master plan really does consider the changes to the U district to address these ideas of having underlying zoning and that the universities are expanding or contracting. And so having a fixed zone for them may no longer be the best way to do it in the future. And then, I believe that this project really also advances some of the goals of the master plan. Looking at enhancing residential neighborhoods is a goal of the master plan. It speaks of how in the way that the city has grown, that you do have areas there are lower scale, lower density areas that have pockets of higher density or mid-rise apartments. And that, I think, is what you really see here on this block. You see a real mixture of these mid-rise residential buildings, and then you've got smaller pockets of smaller buildings. And that eclecticism is one of the things that makes Jersey City what it is, and it makes it what an urban place is. And oftentimes the master plan speaks of this as providing a blueprint to encourage investments in additional housing types. So I think that this building it meets that sort of goal of encouraging additional housing types. You're not going to have an apartment. It's not, a small or a smaller typical apartment layout. It's not a single family home, but it is sort of somewhere in between and creating a different housing type that can meet the needs for both current and future residents of Jersey City. And then availability of housing that is balanced. And again, that speaks to the idea of diversity of housing. This is creating another type of housing that is maybe not here on this block or in this neighborhood. And it's creating that diversity of housing that is needed throughout the city. So I think that this project really can meet both the positive and negative criteria, that it can advance the portion, the master plan, and that there really is no substantial detriment to the public good. So that's my testimony, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you. So, Carolyn, just a couple of very quick follow-ups. You alluded, obviously, to the Medici standards for a D1 use variance, which I think you walked through in great detail. I'm not going to ask you to reiterate them. I think you went through them. I think you also alluded to the Price v. Himeji standards as to why we are considering R3 here as kind of the appropriate comparison, being that it is the remainder of the zoning on the block. But very simply, the other properties that are, immediately surround, even though we look at zoning not in a vacuum and not in a, let's take a look at 5 particular properties, but the other those 5 properties, nevertheless, they could actually, while they exist as they do today, they could actually be expanded both vertically and I guess horizontally to the rear, consistent with whether they're R3 zoned or U zoned. Is that correct?
So speaking of, I guess if we're just talking about the buildings that could be expanded, if we're talking about the sort of the buildings that are within that little sort of 6-block stretch, yes, I think there are a number of them which, whether you look at, some of them are in University. I think the one that is directly next to us, I think that is technically still in the University District. So it would fall under University District standards, which would allow for a larger building footprint. But you would still have the same issue of the the setback buffer. But the other buildings who are on the block that are in the R3 district, yes, I mean, I think some of them could potentially be expanded to achieve larger footprints under the R3 standards.
Okay, and they would also be permitted for family uses?
They would be permitted for family uses.
Okay, so my last question to you is, in light of all the testimony you heard, both from Mr. Moreno as well as that you provided, is it your professional opinion that the benefits associated with this application, again, in light of all the standards enumerated, would substantially outweigh any detriments?
Yes, I think that this use is substantially more consistent and would be a better planning alternative on this lot than any of the developable uses within the U district.
Okay, thank you. So, Madam Chair, I have nothing further for Ms. Worstel on direct.
Can I ask a question, please? What was that building before became vacant land?
This lot specifically, I'm not sure if what was on it, it's been vacant for a while.
Yeah, Commissioner.
I'm not sure how long it's been vacant.
You bear with me, I do actually have a Sanborn map that would take back. Gotta just locate the site. Yeah, it was, assuming this is the numbers are correct. Actually, I believe might have sat vacant for quite some time. I don't want to misspeak.
How long?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure how long it has been vacant.
But it was always owned by the university?
I'm sure it was not a part of the original.
I remember a case that when I know somebody I know, he had a lot in that street, and the house burned out or burned down, and then the university, because of the law of Zone U, bought that lot. Then the university decided to sell it to somebody instead of using it. I just want to know if this is the case or not.
Well, Commissioner Shaheen,
This looks like a monopoly to me.
right, so it wasn't vacant, so to speak, as Ms. Worstel indicated. It was a community garden, so the university used
Before
it.
the community garden. I know the community garden. I even know the person who's running the community garden. I just want to know before the community garden.
I don't have the answer to
Okay,
that question.
thank you.
Okay, if you want to cross-examine, and we'll hold our questions then.
You and I can see it's getting late. I
Okay.
feel the energy levels going down in the room.
Hi.
Good evening, Ms. Worstel. How are you?
Good evening. How are you?
Okay. So, do you know what our zoning ordinance states the purpose of the university district is?
I mean, it's to allow university uses, but I don't have the exact wording. I
Okay,
can
I'm just
probably look it
gonna,
up.
yeah, I mean, let me, if it's okay, I'll read it to you and you tell me if it sounds more or less like what you recall. The purpose of this district is to accommodate existing colleges and universities while preserving neighborhood stability and residential quality of life, especially in areas bordering institutions of higher education. Does that
That is
sound
the
familiar?
That is the purpose as is stated.
Okay. And how does this new construction preserve the neighborhood stability?
It's providing a residential use in a residential neighborhood, which would provide stability as a residential neighborhood.
Okay, and what about residential quality of life?
You're creating new attractive housing on what is currently a vacant lot that the university is not using. So I believe that would continue to maintain the quality of life for the neighborhood as a residential neighborhood.
Wouldn't a one or two family or even a three family dwelling also achieve the purpose of the university zone?
So we're proposing for family, which is a permitted use. Or I'm sorry, it's not a permitted use. So the university district does not have any density standards. We are looking at the R3, which is the density standard for some of the surrounding properties, which does permit a 4-family use on this property.
Okay. No, and I understand you've been analogizing this, or you've been analogizing your request for D1 use variance to the R3 zone, but this particular lot is not in the R3 zone, is it?
No, that's why we're here for a use variance.
Okay, and do you think this part of Glenwood should be rezoned to R3?
That is a question for the city council.
And are you aware of any proposal to rezone this part of Glenwood to R3?
I am not. To this portion of Glenwood to R3, I'm not aware if the city is currently contemplating rezoning this from University to R3.
Okay. And do you recall what the purpose of the R3 district is?
It's for residential housing. But let me... Purpose is to provide for a broad range of I think it's supposed to be multi-unit housing in areas served by arterial streets, mass transit, neighborhood commercial uses, and community facilities.
Okay, so is Glenwood an arterial street?
I don't know the classification, how the city has classified Glenwood, whether it classifies it a arterial street or not. I will say that the R3 district does exist already on this block, which means that the city thinks that it is an appropriate zone for this block.
Okay, and is there mass transit on Glenwood?
There's not mass transit on Glenwood, but there is mass transit in proximity to it on both JFK and MLK.
And does Glenwood have neighborhood commercial uses?
No, but there are neighborhood commercial uses in the proximity.
Okay, and are there any community facilities on Glenwood? Apart from the university.
I mean, I was going to say university would arguably be a community use. I believe that there are... No, I'm not aware of any other sort of community uses other than the university.
Okay, so if Glenwood's not an arterial street, there's no mass transit on Glenwood, it has no neighborhood commercial uses, and there are no community facilities aside from the university on Glenwood, why should this part of Glenwood be considered R3 by default?
So I'm just gonna say that it doesn't specify that all those things have to be present on a street in order to be classified as R3. It says in areas served by. So I would say that there does not have to be all of these things on a street in order for it to be classified as R3. And this lot or this area has been zoned R3 for some time, and the city has not seemed to rezone it. It's the most recent rounds of zoning.
Now, is there such a thing as default zoning?
No.
Okay. Okay, and then just going back to, you had mentioned the companion application at 124 Glenwood.
How did you mention that?
I briefly mentioned that there were, I didn't bring it up in any specificity. No.
Okay. And is this particular project you're proposing for 128 Glenwood, is it compatible with the scale, form, setbacks, and heights of that cluster of homes that are in the immediate vicinity on that northern side of Glenwood?
I'm just going to object to that. What exactly are you reading for, Ms. Hagianis, to lay that foundation for what the test is for a use variance?
What? I'm not sure I'm following your
You
objection.
listed some standards that you're reading out of something, and I'd like to know what you're reading out of.
I'm actually pulled that there was a memorandum drafted by Patrick Harshbarger of Hunter Research about historic. He's a city's historic preservation consultant, and when the developer of this project demolished the home at 124 Glenwood, he made some recommendations about what would be appropriate on that site, and I mean, we can enter this memo into evidence, but since Ms. Worstella didn't really talk about 124, I don't know if we need to get into it.
That's all I was
Yeah.
going with, so I
Yeah.
apologize.
Okay, all right. But I mean, I think the question of, did a historic preservation professional make any recommendation about what new construction should look like on Glenwood?
On this particular site,
I'm not sure that I can answer that one, Ben.
I'm not aware of any such thing.
Okay, okay. And do you think at one time it's possible that St. Peter's may have planned to acquire adjacent properties and consolidate this lot with other surrounding lots?
I cannot speak to St. Peter's intentions.
Okay. All right. I think that's it for me. Thanks.
Okay. I have nothing on redirect. Ms. Worstella.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the question is not.
Okay, at this time, are we done?
She doesn't have the right to
Just a
do
quick
that.
point of order, Madam Chair. I believe that Ms. Hajianis has her own witnesses. So
Right.
what I would request is I have concluded my case in chief with the exception of I would like to reserve the right, obviously, to cross-examine as necessary, to sum up as necessary, to address any public comment as necessary. But as a matter of case in chief, that would conclude my case.
Okay, thank you.
5 minutes to 10.
Yes, but we said once we start.
All right, you want to finish?
Yeah, we do.
Cynthia,
Okay.
how many witnesses do you have?
Well, we have one planning expert who
Is walking
think
up
should
to the
move pretty
podium.
quickly. And then the homeowners would like to briefly just address the board.
Okay.
But they're,
Address the board. Are
So-
they going to be sworn in as witnesses?
yeah, of course, yeah, as fact witnesses, yes, but we have
This is the last case?
everything timed pretty carefully.
Okay.
So that we don't antagonize the board at this late hour.
Okay.
Okay, so, I'm here with our planning expert, Colleen McGurk.
Good evening.
Hi.
Good evening.
I do.
Please state your full names for the last.
Colleen McGurk, MCGURK.
And your business address, please.
28 Westwood Drive, Bayville, New Jersey, 08721.
Okay, and Ms. McGurk, have you testified in front of this board
I've not had the
before?
pleasure.
Okay.
I've testified in front of multiple townships. I'm currently licensed. I'm also a member of AICP. I received my degree in urban planning from Boston University, and I've also been the township planner for East Brunswick for 5 years, and the assistant planner in Old Bridge for 10 until I retired this year, and now I just have my firm.
Okay, does the board accept Ms. McGurk's qualifications?
Do you have any problems?
No objection.
Yeah.
Okay,
I have no
yes.
objections.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Okay, so,
Okay, thank you. I'll try to keep it brief, but, okay, so tonight I will be discussing whether the application satisfies the burden of proof for the relief requested, whether the site is particularly suited for the proposed use, whether the proposed use will legitimately address a public purpose or a demonstrated need, and the anticipated impacts to the streetscape, to the immediate neighbors, to the Jersey City Master Plan, and to the Jersey City zoning scheme if the relief is granted. The applicant is asking for a D1 use variance. They are also asking for a C variance for side yard buffer from adjacent residential. They actually need one for each side. They have not asked for relief from the parking regulations, which according to RSIS would require 8. This is a two-prong analysis. Is the location ideally suited for the proposed use? And is the site ideally suited, and is the site itself ideally suited for the proposed use? The parcel in question has 25 feet of frontage and a depth of 143 feet. It is slightly more than the elongated version of the 20 by 100 foot lot, which is the most ubiquitous lot in New Jersey and was used extensively in the early platting of most northern New Jersey communities. A 25 by 100 foot lot works well for townhouses and for other attached topographies with party walls. It doesn't work as well for detached building typologies because it results in very narrow side yard setbacks, but we see many examples of this typology, including the notable grouping of what at one time were 6 single-family detached structures. There are now 4, with the parcel in question being vacant. There were 6 single-family dwelling detached structures down the block also to the west. The 200 by 100 foot lot, or in this case 25 by 143, is poorly suited for a multi-unit residential building because it is far too narrow. A good site for a building like this, with N units facing the street, would be a parcel with 80 or 90 feet of frontage. This allows a 60-foot wide building footprint with a double-loaded corridor, which is the most efficient layout for an elongated lot, and still allow for reasonable side yards. The fact that the lot in question is 143 feet deep does not affect these calculations. When Jersey City was being urbanized, if someone was looking to put up an apartment building with the N units facing the street, they would assemble 3 or more adjacent lots in order to reach a minimum of 75 feet of frontage. If you look at the floor plans of the proposed building, you will notice the surprising amount of space dedicated to internal circulation within each unit. This is a very inefficient layout, which results from the narrowness of the lot. If you look at the old Sanborn lot, which is on the screen, the Sanborn fire insurance maps of Jersey City from about a century ago, you will see that the block in question was subdivided into lots that were in some cases 25 feet wide and in some cases had wider frontages. None of the lots were even remotely wide enough to accommodate institutional buildings. So the university over time acquired adjacent lots and assembled them into lots that could accommodate the footprints of the much larger institutional buildings. The university did not try to squeeze its institutional buildings into 25-foot wide lots. So while the site may be well suited in terms of providing easy access to public transit, to goods and services, and to other urban amenities, and therefore be suitable for housing, it is clearly not particularly suited for this proposed type of housing. The 4-unit structure proposed has been shoehorned into a site that is clearly too constrained to properly accommodate the building. The applicant has not demonstrated that the proposed use would satisfy a critical public purpose. Does Jersey City or the region have a deficit of this type of housing units proposed in this application? This has not been established. If these were affordable units, possibly, but they are not. They are proposed as straight market rate units for the general population, so I don't think that we can say that they would serve a critical public purpose. The plans show the first floor as ADA compliant, but the rear and front of the structure is depressed by 2 feet and has stairs. Also, the rear yard is not accessible since the max side yard is only 3.3 feet wide, whereas a minimum of 4 feet is needed. The applicant's architect has said that there's a side yard entrance that makes it ADA compliable, but I'm not certain how this could be since, again, one side has 2 feet and one side has 3.3 feet, whereas 4 feet is needed. Jersey City's most recent master plan, November 2021, is a nicely presented document that includes a section titled Urban Design Framework. This section states, review new development proposals for scale, typology, and architectural character. The city should consider the long-term impact of all new developments on the larger neighborhood, street life, and pedestrian movement. In addition, even though some buildings and areas may not be designated as historic, every attempt should be made to preserve them and reflect their unique architectural character and scale in new neighborhoods. The dwelling at 124 was in question since it's been vacant for some time. I did obtain a photo of the original dwelling.
That says 128.
Oh, sorry, that's right. Okay, sorry, moving on then. When the master plan urges the city to make these determinations, it is urging, in this case, the zoning board to do so, as you represent the city in these proceedings. So while the zoning board evaluations tend to focus on the criteria to evaluate the grounds for variances, the master plan is urging you to go beyond that and to take a closer look at the long-term impacts of this proposed development on the adjacent neighborhood and streetscape. And not doing so will impair the master plan. The stated purpose of the University District is to accommodate existing colleges and universities while preserving neighborhood stability and residential quality of life, especially in areas bordering institutions of higher education. The importance of preserving neighborhood stability and residential quality of life also applies to non-university uses, in this case, the 4-unit residential structure. The building use is not permitted, but it should be subject to the same test as any permitted academic use. If the academic uses, which are permitted, are urged to respect the neighborhood stability and quality of life, all the more reason for the proposed building, which is not permitted, to be subject to the same or perhaps enhanced level of scrutiny. The master plan looked at the U-zone and did not recommend this lot or adjacent residential lots to be rezoned. In fact, the master plan states, beyond revisions to the U district, another zoning mechanism to explore would be the creation of an overlay zone. An overlay zone would allow the university to continue to grow with a defined area without rendering existing residential uses nonconforming. Underlying bulk regulations would still apply so that any development is consistent with the surrounding built environment. And I've come to the opposite conclusion that this structure would not be consistent with the surrounding built environment. The 2021 master plan contains a table summarizing all variances issued by this board between 2000 and 2019. For the institutional districts, which comprise the university, the medical, and the government districts, the board issued only 6 variances during that period of time, or 4% of all variances issued. So issuing variances in these districts has been exceedingly rare, almost unprecedented. The Jersey City Master Plan also contains extensive design standards. The residential design standards state, for example, that the design and layout of buildings and parking areas shall provide an aesthetically pleasing appearance and efficient arrangement compatible with the character of surrounding development. To the greatest extent possible, new residential development in existing neighborhoods shall be integrated with the housing units in the adjacent area. New development in existing neighborhoods shall incorporate distinctive architectural characteristics of surrounding development such as window and door detailing, decorative material, roof style, pitch, height, and porches. While there are Victorian elements, they do not satisfy this overall design standard. In fact, 6 design standards would need to be waived in the ordinance for this application to be approved. The substantially larger bulk, the huge blank wall, and the wall with 17 windows clearly indicate that the structure is dissimilar, a building that would have had no place in this neighborhood. There are quite a few design standards in the Jersey City Code that are relevant to this proposal, but I will not go through each and every one, but just a few. Building proportions shall be compatible with the predominant proportional relationship along a street, mass, scale, height, orientation, porches, entries, and parking shall be consistent with the neighborhood. So I have something I obtained on Near Maps that shows the building at 130 Glenwood to be approximately 40 feet in depth. The building at 126 is also 40 feet, and 122, 40 feet. And then at 120, it's only 30 feet. This building is 73 feet in depth. Also, monotonous.
I'm sorry, when you say this building, which building are you referring to?
The proposed 128 Glenwood structure. Monotonous, uninterrupted expanses of walls shall be avoided. Facade articulations such as recesses, projections, columns, openings, ornamentation, decorative materials, and colors shall be used to add texture and detail. That is not so along the side of the structure, possibly in the front, but not along the sides, which is what the neighbors will also see. I cannot but conclude that if this application allowed to move forward in its current incarnation, multiple design standards in the city's land development ordinance will be violated for no reason. I appreciate the fact that the applicant has revised the plans a few times to reduce or eliminate the need for certain variance relief and to attempt to make the project better fit in with the existing single-family structure streetscape. For example, the treatment of the facade of the proposed building is intended to mimic Queen Anne aesthetics of the 4 neighboring houses, and that's a nice touch. But it's a symbolic gesture that does not change the fact that the proposed building, given its size and bulk, simply does not fit in with the surrounding streetscape. Queen Anne buildings generally do not have flat roofs with roof decks where the tenants can host gatherings, which will have a detrimental impact on the quality of life for the neighbors due to noise. I also appreciate the fact that if we look at the immediately surrounding area, we find various buildings, primarily institutional buildings, with much larger building footprints, but they are also on much larger lots, and they are permitted uses under this zone. The applicant is proposing use and structure that is too large and too intense for this lot. There's also the question of the blank wall. the south side elevation, or the left side of the proposed building. It is 73 feet long with vinyl siding, only 2.9 feet from the lot line. That is 2,828 square feet of blank vinyl wall. My client's house is 5 feet from that property line. That means that they would basically never have any sun or light from the windows on their house and would face this wall. They would be staring at a blank, unadorned wall only 7.9 feet away, and definitely contrary to the city's very explicit design standards. The wall on the other side of the proposed building, the northwest elevation, or the right side of the building, would have 17 windows. The wall would be only 3.3 feet from the property line. The adjacent house is virtually on the property line. Those neighbors would lose all privacy, as well as all natural light on that side of the building as well. Use variances should be reviewed as the exception, and not something that zoning boards should be handing out routinely, or that applicants should feel entitled to. D1 use variances, according to the MLUL and the Jersey City Land Development Regulations, should be granted only in particular cases and for special reasons without causing substantial detriment to the public good and without substantially impairing the intent and purpose of the zone plan and zoning ordinance. The proposed use is not an inherently beneficial use and no hardship has been invoked. The applicant has argued that the site is particularly suitable and that the proposed uses would materially advance the purposes of zoning, an assertion that I dispute. The applicant's planner invoked several purposes of the MLUL in support of the application. Purpose E is to promote the establishment of appropriate population densities that will contribute to the well-being of persons, neighborhoods, etc. There are 12 buildings in this unit. The building is out of scale and is dissimilar to the surrounding single-family dwellings. Purpose G, to provide sufficient space in appropriate locations, variety of uses, according to their respective environmental requirements, in order to meet the need of all New Jersey residents. I have argued that this may be an appropriate location to provide additional housing, but the site is not particularly suited for that purpose, and the applicant has not established that there is a dire need on the part of the general public for the product they are hoping to build. Purpose I, to promote a desirable visual environment through creative development techniques and good civic design. I don't think that the proposed side yards and blank wall would constitute a creative development or a desirable visual environment. In my opinion, the proposed application does not satisfy the positive criteria. I have already discussed how approving this application would compromise the city's master plan, zoning ordinance, and the character of the housing on either side of the site, so I don't believe it satisfies the negative criteria either. The applicant's statement of principal points states that the balancing criteria is met since it will develop an existing lot and provide one street tree and a landscape front lawn. The improvements to the streetscape are minor. With regard to the buffer area not being met, since the proposed use is residential, the 10-foot buffer is a requirement for permitted residential uses within this zone, like dormitories, sorority, and fraternity houses. It is needed to separate more intense residential uses, such as this one, from single-family dwellings like the ones adjacent to this property, especially since the proposed use contains a total of 12 bedrooms and also a roof deck, which will create additional noise that will impact the quality of life for the surrounding properties. As to the question of whether the U zoning is effectively functionally obsolete, as the university is seeking to divest its properties, this is a question that should be properly addressed at the governing body, not a zoning board. Zoning boards are not asked to opine on whether a certain type of zoning is functionally obsolete. The applicant has every right to argue their case in front of the governing body and to ask for rezoning. The governing body can ask the planning board to reevaluate whether the U zoning is still relevant. None of this has been done, and the master plan actually states additional, sorry about that. None of this should interfere with the board's deliberations regarding the use variance request, as I have continued is without merit. The presence of objectors at this hearing certainly indicates that the immediate neighbor's view of this application is an unwanted addition to the neighborhood, which will be hugely detrimental to the immediate neighborhood and will negatively impact their quality of life. One of the fundamental purposes of zoning is to ensure that adequate light and air are not compromised. It is impossible to look at this building and not come to the conclusion that adequate light and air will be compromised. In summary, it is my opinion the applicant fails to satisfy the positive or negative criteria and must therefore be denied.
Yeah, I just had if we could go back to the black and white photo, because I
Sure,
think it
yeah.
does
Straighten that
answer.
out.
Yeah, I think it does answer Commissioner Shadid's question, actually. Okay. This is a photo that my client just gave us when you asked that question that shows what had originally been on the lot at 128. And I don't think we know exactly when it was demolished.
Cynthia, was this prepared by Ms. McGurk?
It was not, and my client can testify
Sorry,
about
no
it.
exception. I just want to make sure
Yeah.
that you authenticate it correctly.
No, it was not. It was not. We had her text it to us and put it in the presentation during the hearing. But do you have any objection to moving this? We sort of consolidated all our exhibits into one presentation. Do you have any?
I have no issue with that.
Okay. Okay, so I'd like to move this into evidence.
I'll mark that exhibit O.
Yeah, oh.
O1.
Oh, one. Okay. And I had one more question for you, because at some point during your presentation, you talked about there being 12 buildings in the unit, and I
Sorry,
think you.
12 bedrooms.
Okay,
Sorry
12,
about that.
12 bedrooms in the building, is that what you meant?
Yes.
Okay, that's it for me. Okay, thanks.
All right. So good evening, Ms. McGurk.
Hello.
I'm glad the vibrations have stopped.
Me too.
To go outside anymore. How familiar are you with, well, I'll ask it like this. Have you worked on other projects recently in Jersey City, either as an applicant or on an objector's side?
I did not, but I did review the city's master plan, their ordinance, the applicant's application, and I did a site visit of Glenwood, and I went around the block to Highland, where my uncle and my entire family used to live.
Okay. The reason I ask is a lot of the beginning part of your testimony, and I'm going to paraphrase it, so correct me if I'm wrong, you focused on 25 by 100 or 25 by 143 in this case, not being conducive to detached residential uses. Is
Not
that-
as conducive.
Not as conducive. Are you aware that the typical zoning lot in the vast majority of residential zones throughout Jersey City is contemplated at 25 by 100?
I did see that in the ordinance.
And that would contemplate detached residential use?
Yes.
Okay. Are you further aware that whether this is zoned as R3 or zoned as R1, or actually literally any other zone that permits residential on a lot of this size, we would be permitted 4 units?
I believe, well, you would be permitted 4 units, but in the R1 zone, they only allow 3 stories.
Okay, but talking about the density, so you'd be permitted 4 units anywhere?
In the residential zone, yes.
Yes.
Not in the U zone.
Okay, so your testimony that 25 by 100, in this case 25 by 143, is not conducive to 4-family dwellings, is that really accurate based on the way Jersey City typically operates with all of their zones?
I said it's not as conducive. It's better if it's a townhome, attached. They function better. They don't have the side yards that are so minimum and impact single-family dwellings.
Okay, and you maintain that given that, again, the bulk, the setbacks, for example, the side yard setbacks are either meeting or in excess of, again, all those residential setback standards?
Yes, but there are 4 existing single-family dwellings that is not the norm.
Okay, and how are those dwellings zoned?
Well, one of them is in the University District, and the other 3 are in the R3 zone.
So one of them, the other 4 are in the R3 zone?
Sorry, yeah.
Okay, so the one that's in the U zone is a non-conforming use because it is residential, and that's actually your client's property, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so they have a non-conforming residential use.
Yes. It
So,
predates the zone.
but your contention is despite the fact that your clients in a university zone have a residential use, nevertheless, putting a residential use in the university zone is not appropriate.
Well, the structure at 130 predates the U zone district.
I'm not disputing that. I'm just
Right.
asking that you believe that that is poor planning. Your clients are in a poor planned home.
No, the zone changed. It's an existing use, and it's the style of the other lots. So it's essentially a little mini neighborhood, and they were all single-family dwellings, and that's the scale and type that those lots are used to.
Even though the single-family dwelling that's there is not a permitted use.
Correct.
So is it fair to say that the university zone, which is the very fundamental basis of why we're here before this board, we don't, with the exception of the buffer, which we can talk about in more detail, we don't have bulk variances. We're here before this board because we're looking to put a residential use in a university zone. That's the fundamental reason we're before this board. And is it your contention that your client's own property within the university district is not proper and should not be there?
It's a pre-existing non-conforming use. It should certainly be there. That's what was developed on those small lots. They were single-family dwellings. The city did a master plan re-exam. They looked at the U-zone, and they did not change the zone for these properties.
Okay, and what is the side yard setback from your client's property to my client's property?
I was gonna say, why don't we
I
finish
don't know.
Cynthia's presentation?
I believe that your testimony was
seven-
it's almost on the property line.
No, that's the building on the other side.
So our property is almost on the property line,
Yeah,
compliant at the, actually more than 3.1 foot setback that would be required in any residential zone.
right.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to confirm that and get that out there. You also indicated that, and again, I'm totally paraphrasing, so Ms. McGurk, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I scribbled it down, but that the university doesn't want such uses. You talked about that, obviously, if they sold the property, they're not interested in using it as a university use. So, in your opinion, as a professional planner, what is an appropriate use on this 25 by 140, given that everything you suggested in your testimony was none of the university uses would be appropriate for this lot, and no detached residential use would be appropriate for this lot? What would be?
I didn't say no detached residential use wouldn't be appropriate on this lot. Something that is less intense, more in keeping with the existing structures.
With the existing structures in that swath of?
Correct.
And that includes 124 Glenwood, which was, I forget which exhibit it was, but was conveniently left off, that was approved at over 80 feet because that's what the R3 standards allow for.
It essentially is destabilizing these lots that were single-family dwellings. Those 6 lots are now becoming destabilized. So the more that you construct that is not similar to what's existing, the more destabilized the homes will be. But yeah, what they proposed at 124 was permitted in the R3 zone. But again, this lot is in the U zone, which is why we're before the zoning board. The city looked at the master plan and they did not recommend any changes to this zone for this lot.
Even though they recommended that the university's district become an overlay subject to the underlying zone.
Yes, and it also recommended that it fit in with the existing environment.
Okay, so would it be surprising to you if I mentioned that all those R3 zoned lots that you refer to, they're only 40 feet deep homes or whatnot, could by right, as of right, be extended both deeper and actually an additional story on top and converted to 4-unit dwellings per the zoning?
That could occur, but it has not.
Okay, but it could.
Yes.
Okay, all right, and on your client's property, even though you'd need a variance for an expansion of a non-conforming use.
Correct.
But if that was converted back to, say, a university office, that building also could be extended further up and further back.
Yes.
Okay, so is it fair to say that the bulk standards to which we're trying to apply, whether it's the U zone or the R3 zone or the R1 zone or pick any zone, are actually not out of character with Jersey City as a whole?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right. You mentioned the design standards, and you referred to those, and I will admit I don't have those in front of me. I know there are a lot of them. I review them periodically, but I'm not up to snuff as much on the design standards. Part of when you submit an application for review, and as Ms. Marione knows and everybody on this board knows, when you submit the application, city planning reviews it and comes back with determinations as to if we are in fact correct with the variances that we've requested or if there are additional deviations, be it for parking, be it for design standards, be it for you name it. You are familiar generally, that's a general application.
Yes.
Okay, so being that Ms. Marione or her staff did not come up with, deviations from the design standards, would it be fair to say that, well, of course, the board is welcome to make that determination that we deviate from the design standards, would it be fair to say that those are not variances?
No, they would be design waivers.
Okay, all right, perfect. I just wanted to clear that out. And then, okay, you also focused a lot, and really this is going to be my summary question, but you focused a lot on going point by point on Ms. Worstel's testimony and suggesting, you didn't meet purpose A because of this, you didn't meet purpose E because of that, you didn't meet purpose, and so on and so forth. If you could elaborate a little bit as to why we don't meet those standards, and I only ask that because we put on extensive testimony, I hope, as to why we do meet those standards, and with respect, simply saying, I don't feel you meet those standards or those positive criteria, I'm just going to ask for a little bit of elaboration.
Well, for purpose E, I stated that purpose E is to promote the establishment of appropriate population densities that will contribute to the well-being of persons, neighborhoods, etc. And that's when I stated that this structure would have 12 bedrooms, that the building is out of scale, and it's dissimilar to the existing single-family dwellings, in my opinion. For G, to provide sufficient space and appropriate locations, variety of uses, according to the respective environmental requirements in order to meet the needs of New Jersey residents. So I stated that I've argued that this may be an appropriate location to provide additional housing, but the site is not particularly suited for that purpose, and the applicant has not established that there's a dire need. So I stated that the length of the building, the height of the building, the roof deck, the lack of parking. For purpose I, to promote a desirable visual environment, and, you know, they didn't meet 6 of the design standards, so I didn't feel that they were meeting that requirement either.
Okay, so again, even though we conform with all the bulk standards, no matter which residential zone you would put a residential use in, you still don't feel that it's an appropriate use on the property?
To be more in conformance with what is existing, correct.
Okay, so my real last question for you is what would be an appropriate use on this property? And again, I just want to remind you, it's a use, we're not seeking a density variance. We are seeking a variance for residential on this
Right,
site. So what would
correct.
be an appropriate use?
Well, I don't really want to design it for the applicant, but I would think a 3-story structure with less length would be more in conformance with the existing single-family structures that are nearby.
But again, that no zone that would be on this property would call for.
The standards for the U-zone don't work with this because this is not a permitted use, so they could propose whatever they feel is in scale with the adjacent surrounding structures.
Which go beyond just those couple of houses, and as we've said,
There are other single-family dwellings on this block also that are 2.5 stories high.
that are zoned R3.
R3 or the University District, I'm not certain, but I drove down the street and I observed them.
Okay.
They're single-family dwellings, 2.5 stories,
But that could be 4 stories, 4 families.
potentially.
Okay. All right, Madam Chair, that's all I
Not
have
what's there.
for Ms. McGurk.
Cynthia, you're not going to redirect, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so the board here is wondering, what shall we do at this hour?
Oh, okay,
You have your clients,
I do.
and then there are
No, you need this.
publics that want
Lost
to
track of time. I
speak.
don't know what-
10:30.
Is it
Right,
10:30?
It's 10:30.
Well, I'm actually happier because we've had an expert on deck to testify since
Well, she's-
July,
yes,
so I'm
right,
very
she's-
happy that we got through that.
Yes.
I mean, I'll, whatever the board wants to do. I mean,
We'd like to hear the
What does the
looking at
board
my
want to do?
clients.
They're going to have to come back, maybe.
We still got it.
You still have the clients?
No, we still have to hear,
Public?
public.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the
So do
public.
we
There's
want
quite
to
a
be
few,
the
yeah, there's quite a, I mean, would anyone object? to
How many
rever-
of people from the audience want to come up and give it? So there's quite a few, right? How many is that? Can hardly see anymore. 12? Dozen?
Yeah, just make it very simple.
What's
Could
that?
we reverse the order and put the
How many again?
public up? Or do you
Yeah,
think
I
that's
guess so.
inappropriate?
It's okay, we know.
Not that I think it's inappropriate, I just don't think that, what does the board want to do? I mean, if the board wants to
We can
adjourn
either
now
stay
and come
and
back.
listen, or we can adjourn and come back, or we can have Cynthia just bring her witnesses forward, and then the public can come back there on February 8th, and we could vote then.
Why don't we just hear
Yeah, I think there was an older case that we get to figure out how many people with, how many people against, and people cannot repeat the same point. Just to say, hey, I'm against it, I'm with it, and we can finish quick.
We can't.
No, I don't know that we could do it that way.
Well,
They do
we
that
did
in
it before.
Newark. They
I'm
do
sure
it, you know.
there's a dozen people here, and I'm sure there's a dozen people who are against it.
Should we go?
Well, I don't know who's for it. but,
Okay.
All right?
So Cynthia,
We'll hear
you
the
have,
public.
what about your,
Well,
about her
I,
witnesses?
I know my clients would be committed to coming back, obviously. I feel like if there are members of the public who would be unlikely to come back at a next hearing, maybe we could
All right,
hear
so
a
why don't-
couple of
what-
people.
All right, so,
Can I offer a suggestion?
Yeah.
If it's It's okay. What I would like to avoid is splitting up the public.
No,
having
I
publics-
don't want to do that. We're going to do, I gather, just to accommodate the public, is hear the public now.
Right.
Close the public, and then your clients will come back, whatever that is, February 8th. and
I
then we'll
I
hear
think
from
that's the
staff.
best. We won't have a vote
Yeah.
until then.
Yeah.
We'll have a
No,
vote
yeah,
when we
yeah,
return on
right.
the.
Yeah,
we'll-
I
Okay,
think
so
that's the
let's-
best option.
Let's hear the
Yeah.
public first. So who wants to come up and,
Okay, so if there are any members of the public who would like to make comments, please come up to the microphone.
3 minutes each, is it? 36 minutes.
Here we are. I'm getting to work now. I didn't want to work.
A reminder that you have 3 minutes. You will be timed and reminded by my colleague, Mr. Ahmed Shadid, when you have 1 minute left to speak.
What? Yeah.
I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's recording, so.
Oh, thank you.
Before you begin, please raise your right hand. Please swear that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please state your full name, spell your last.
Sandra Riley, Sondra. Riley is Riley. At 122 Glenwood Avenue. And I beg your indulgence. My mom is 105. She has attended planning board meetings that were virtual in the past. She couldn't attend tonight. I do have her remarks. I would like to read them into the record as well as my own, if you will allow that.
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Yes, you can.
You already started.
Pardon me?
3 minutes.
Okay, good evening, members of the zoning board. I, India N. Edwards, am a lifelong resident of Jersey City. At 105 years of age, I'm the oldest living graduate of Snyder High School and of Wilberforce University. I regret that I cannot participate in person, but my health restricts my ability to travel. In today's world, virtual meetings are a vital option for the citizens of Jersey City, especially for the elderly, the infirmed, and working parents who have to juggle their schedules. Virtual meetings would ensure more citizen participation in the important matters of zoning and planning. I've dedicated my life in service to others as a social worker for the Hudson County Welfare Board, the Lutheran Home for the Aged, the Jersey City Office on Aging. I served as Director of Social Services at Christ Hospital for many years and also coordinated Christ Hospital's mental health program for the elderly, where I advocated for accommodations for seniors and the infirmed. I have lived at Glenwood Avenue, at 122 Glenwood Avenue since 1957, and knew Mrs. Ella Barksdale Brown, my neighbor at 120. I knew and loved my other neighbors, the Phillips, the Smiths, the Staffords, the Brantleys, the Fishers, the Lockharts, the Wittershines, the Grainers, the Groshans, the Carpiaks across the street. We were a little neighborhood. We helped and supported one another. It broke my heart when the bulldozer knocked down the wall, the beautiful trees and bushes, and then the home next door at 124. It really brought tears to my eyes. I'm sick at heart about the developer's other plans to build a multifamily residence at 128, where we had a beautiful community garden for so many years. The developers should not be allowed to build there. We need green space. The air we breathe gets worse and worse. We need more trees, more plants, more vegetable gardens in Jersey City. We need to keep our garden spot on Glenwood Avenue to grow vegetables, to feed people, to grow plants, and to feed the soil. 1 minute. We must protect and enhance our neighborhood. In his poem, Trees, Joyce Kilmer, one of Jersey's greatest poets, wrote, "I think that I shall never see a poem lovely as a tree." I pray that we will keep our community garden. That's my mom.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Sondra Riley. I'm the second daughter of India Edwards, a lifelong resident of Jersey City, a former social worker, and a current experiential learning
That's another
educator.
3 minutes?
I'm okay with.
Yeah. Go.
Thank you. My roots in Jersey City are strong and deep, beginning at the turn of the 20th century when both sets of grandparents moved here due to the booming railroad industry. With my parents, I moved to Glenwood Avenue in 1957, leaving home due to college and marriage. My husband and I have lived at 122 since 1990. I am speaking on behalf of my entire family when I say that we object strongly to the plans for 128 Glenwood. A multifamily residence would have a deleterious impact on the quality of life and would further impair the already insufficient infrastructure. We say no to the proposed building and stand united in our advocacy for green space, specifically the return of our community garden. The proposed building we believe, is not an appropriate land use and will not promote the health, safety, and general welfare of our area. The size, scale, height, length, and width of the 128 Holdings multi-residential unit are out of character, out of alignment, and incompatible with our historic homes. The unique and lovely string of Mayhew Terrace cottages built in 1895. This unit will not provide a desirable visual environment because of this misalignment. The proposed building we view as a cruise ship. It would dwarf our neighbors at 1:30, effectively blocking out sunlight, shrouding their home in darkness during the afternoon hours, constricting their access to adequate light, air, and open space. Rather than promoting the establishment of appropriate population densities and concentrations that contribute to the well-being of persons, neighborhoods, and communities, and preservation of the environment, the proposed building will do just the opposite. There are many quality of life issues involved in this project, which, if approved, would have a toxic effect upon us all. The proposed building would result in there being fewer trees, diminished green space. Already, the developer has destroyed a beautiful tree, several bushes, and plants that for decades had adorned the front yard of our neighbors at 124. We need to retain the little green space we have, especially from 120 to 130 Glenwood Avenue.
A minute ago.
We need to reestablish a community garden in our unique, beloved community, a garden that was once a magical place of growth and a source of food and beauty, a place that offered solace and hope to all who ventured there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak from the community?
Where's the councilwoman here? Does
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought so.
does she doesn't.
I'm.
Hello.
Oh.
I do.
It's so politically charged, right?
Yeah, my name is Natalie Kalbach, Nathalie Kalbach, and I'm here for the Jersey City Landmarks Conservancy. 19 Bentley Ave.
What's her name? Councilwoman?
I would like to express deep concerns regarding the proposed development, which does not advance the existing structure. The Mayhew Terrace cottages at 120 to 130 Glenwood Ave, constructed in 1885 by William Coffin, are not just historic houses. They are architectural marvels with profound cultural significance. Coffin, both the developer and an early Glenwood Ave resident, designed these houses to complement the elevated terrace, forming an organic, harmonious whole. This pattern reflects Jersey City's building history, where developers first built homes for themselves before creating adjacent spec houses, driven by a commitment to preserving the character and aesthetics of their surroundings. Yet these houses transcend architecture. They are integral to our city's history, especially within the African American community. As we just heard, Miss India Edwards, 105 years old and residing at 122 Glenwood Ave, has lived here since 1957. Her family is deeply tied with the civil rights movement of the city, being active in the NAACP with lawyer and civil rights activist Raymond Brown. Furthermore, Miss India served as the first Black director of social services at Christ Hospital until her retirement at 76. And she cared for her neighbor, Miss Ella Barksdale, residing at 120 Glenwood Ave. Miss Barksdale and her husband, John Brown, were pivotal figures in the civil rights movement. Brown, a Pullman porter, whose name appears just today in the city's social media, co-founded the city's first Black-owned bank. The couple participated in anti-lynching protests. Ella Barksdale wrote a column for the Jersey Journal in the 1920s about the life of African Americans in the city, and she introduced African American history to our public schools. There's more, but 3 minutes cannot just list all these contributions. We must also acknowledge the impact of the proposed development on the former community garden, which formed at 128 after the cottage that once stood there was demolished. This garden was more than green, it was a unifying and healing space that contributed to this neighborhood's holistic tapestry.
30 seconds to go.
The developer just recently demolished the house at 124, with mature trees and a historic wall and disrupted the Mayhew Terrace's unity. The city must ensure any new project respects the community historic fabric and adds value, echoing William Coffin's approach. Let's preserve our city's rich history, especially our African American heritage, and ensure new developments enhance our unique tapestry instead of erasing it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Councilwoman Prince Array, if you would like to come forward and speak. I'm sorry I didn't call you before.
Perfectly fine.
Okay.
I do.
5 minutes.
It's Mira Prinz Airy, MIRA-PRINZ hyphen AREY.
Okay, Councilwoman, we're giving you 5 minutes, not 3.
You guys have already gone over an hour than we did last night at our council meeting, so I will try to be as concise as possible to respect everybody's
Take your time. Take your time.
So thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm here supporting the residents of Glenwood Avenue and their disagreement that this variance should be granted. The one thing I would like to point out as we're talking about the city's master plan is that part of the master plan is the open space master plan. In the U zone, one of the permitted uses are parks and playgrounds. And based on some of the testimony I've heard tonight, I would think that one of the reasons why St. Peter's did not develop this property for dorms or office space is because they realized that this park was of value and it was a permitted use. So if you look at Section 3 in the Open Space Master Plan, it's to balance amenities across, I'm sorry, on my glasses, the open space facility and recreation systems. Section 3.1, add or renovate park amenities based on local demographics, national and local trends, field permitting and programming needs, and geographic distribution. And Section 3.2, transformation of pocket parks in popular neighborhoods or neighborhood locations with more active programming. Now, in this part of the city, the closest park to this neighborhood is Lincoln Park. It's a beautiful park. It's one of the best parks in the city. However, it is longer than a 10-minute walk from this neighborhood. So I would just say that parks and playgrounds are conforming permitted use in a U district, and to consider that as you evaluate this program and this property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Back to work.
Good evening. I'm Eric Blair Carter. My last name is spelled Carter. My address is 159 Glenwood Avenue. I do. This is not a small variance that they're asking for. This space is and has been this space is and has been nature to us. This space has been a community garden run by St. Peter's and used by the community. I'm not reading that. This is a space that gives us refuge. It has provided pollen for the pollinators. It has provided food to our neighbors. It's the only green space. We heard it earlier. There are no community spaces on Glenwood Avenue. I watch the children who live in the neighborhood currently swing on the gate of St. Peter's because they have no place to play. There was a garden that they could go and work in at one point that has been taken. It was purchased by a developer. Why? Because they thought they could make profits. I asked this board to put people before profits. When you buy a piece of land that has been given to the community or used by the community, and you think, well, I can take this, develop it, and make money off of it, and they're going to give me permission to do that. That's taking things for granted. I ask you all to not think about, do we need more housing? Yeah, the nation has a housing shortage right now. But building this monstrosity out of scale with with what, 12 bedrooms in a space that was once a 1 or 2 family home? If they were building a 1 or 2 family home, it would be less of an objection. But this population density, the deepness of the building, my neighbors will be in darkness. We may not have the community garden anymore, but their backyards won't get sunlight, so they won't have private gardens. I bought my house on Glenwood in 2020. If today somebody came in and, as he said, oh, they're done for zone 3 or R3, you could build a bigger structure. If someone came in and did that next door to me right now and blocked my sunlight and blocked my quality of life, I don't know what I would do.
1 minute.
Okay. I don't have a whole lot more to say other than please put people over profits. They bought the property knowing that it was zoned U. They're now asking for a variance for that. You have the ability to stop that. Thank you.
Thank you.
The testimony you will provide this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
Yes.
State your full name, please.
Charlene Burke, CharleneBurke. Good evening.
And your address, please, ma'am.
Oh, sorry, 56 Duncan Avenue.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Firstly, I was going to talk here about change of design of the house, but I really loved the green space talk because the university had it as a community garden. There's opportunities in this city to purchase this and perhaps transform it. We did it with Boyd McGuinness Park on the corner of Duncan and the Boulevard when a developer wanted to build a huge building next door. I was part of that, convincing the city and also the county to participate. There's unbelievable opportunities to create green space here that we don't have. And especially as our councilwoman mentioned, there's a long walk to Lincoln Park. And you don't have these green opportunities. St. Peter's University, which is my alma mater, their plaza is completely concrete. There is no green space even amongst that university. So this would be an incredible asset if you turn this down and the developer actually turned to the community, and I would be very helpful here, to convert this to a park scenario. And I have mentioned this before, even to the community, that maybe that's an opportunity. And Green Acres has lots of money available for urban spaces to be bought and created into green space because they know Jersey City, Newark, Patterson, we're doing big buildings, but nobody's making green space except on rooftops. And that's only for the people in that building. What we need are where those people are going to meet the neighborhood people that already exist.
1 minute to go.
So I was here really going to first say the reason I'm involved with the historic district, West Bergen, East Lincoln Park, and we became a historic district for this very reason of building a house that's so out of scale with what should go there that we have an enormous wall on that one building that I used as an example to the state to get the grant for the city to create the historic district. So, I mean, let me tell you, there's a lot of people that know that kind of building doesn't belong. And I ask you, please do not consider allowing that building to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Board. Michael Manzo, yes. I will. Michael Manzo, 82 Wright Avenue, Jersey City. I'm going to start at the end and maybe I'll get to the beginning. And I see a lot of this tonight was based on testimony with opinions and feelings. And I didn't know quite the read on it until I got to the point where the two enclosed stairways were fire rated, fore and aft, within a third of the distance from here and there. But the question about the windows from the bedrooms and a ladder and can they get out, and no one answered that question. And then the alleyway, the buffer to be just about enough to be ADA compliant, That poor person in a wheelchair will get their knuckles busted up in a wheelchair by the time they get to their destination. So I hear that, but I also hear people that are sitting here that call themselves a neighborhood, a community. This is their home. And I've heard them loud and clear, and I hope the board has heard them as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear?
Yeah, let me just see if I can. I would like this. I don't want to hold it. Yes, Sergio Stiefelman, Stifelman.
And the testimony that you'll provide this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And your address, please.
419 Fairmount Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey. I had in mind a couple of comments here, but given what I heard tonight, I made a few changes. And I would like to initially respectfully ask the board to address the fact that this developer, like many others, bought a property zoned U to build R3, right? He knew that. Why? I ask you to please frustrate that expectation. Do you know why? Because we have ordinances. We can't go on like this. Variance and this. I spoke with Matt Ward, right, when we were walking with Tanya doing the master plan in Ward B. And I asked him, Matt, why is it that there are certain restraints, whether by means of ordinance or by means of whatever, that certain buildings should be built or are expected to be built a certain height, all of a sudden they can build a double of the size of it. What's behind all this? Do you know what the answer was? It's a judgment of your peers. I suppose he was referring to you. I don't know. But the point is they don't address the merit of anything. It's all this and that, right? Do you know why? I've been attending to these meetings online, and I am happy that I'm here in person, because I haven't heard this far one single attorney for the developers, one, Joseph, Mr. Wine, others I don't remember the name, defending any of these on the merits. They can't. And that's what I mean. Look, Chapter 345 of the zoning ordinances, right? Article 1, okay? Says right here, the purpose of this is like the constitution of the ordinances, right? This is the general provisions.
1 minute to go.
And it says right here that to promote establishment of appropriate population densities and concentrations that will contribute to the well-being of persons, maintenance of the character of the neighborhoods, preservation and the environment, quality of life. None of this is being addressed. Is an issue here. Everything that is here and many other parts, right, is just not the basics. The basics are not. The Constitution is not being followed. This is, and then it says here, where the provisions of this chapter impose greater restrictions than those imposed by other law and ordinance. This is a greater restriction than what we're seeing here. Regulation, the provisions of this chapter shall control. That's it. I don't think I have to say anything else. Mr. Wine, when he won, I don't know, the first he lost, and then somehow he won 124. His basic argument, I saw it, I heard it, is that it was an R3 zoned.
Time's up. I'm sorry. Your time is up, sir.
What?
3 minutes are over.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Pam Andes from Councilman Rich Bogiano's office from City Hall. ANDES at City Hall, 280 Grove Street. And do you swear that the testimony you'll provide this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Good evening, everyone. I'm tired, so I hope I make
I
sense.
just want to make sure, Pam, you are representing Council Bogiano.
Yes.
Okay, so take your time.
Councilman Bogiano voted against the master plan that was presented. Why? Because Glenwood was forgotten. That's his exact words. And we kept on saying, please wait. Consider Glenwood Avenue because there is a cluster of historical homes there. And what does Boggiano say? What's happening? We're destroying historic homes. What's happening here with the lawyers and the planners, they do a great job. I plan to be a millionaire, but life happens, right? And construction happens. So whatever they say, they was respectful. It was great, not on the mark necessarily, but what they say here doesn't necessarily happen when they begin construction. And that's what happened at 124 Glenwood. We unfortunately had this trust factor, but the builder and the developer destroyed our trust. The second thing is zoning. If it's not historic cluster that we've been trying to get for Glenwood Avenue with the beautiful Mayhew terraces, please get a chance to meet India Edwards if you can, or watch the Oral History Project. Zoning, it should be R1, R2. That gentleman there did not say that. He's in a one family. If you look across the street, you see these one or two family homes. So the height does matter. The purpose of variance to request zone change is to promote general welfare. I think that's what I heard you say. And you have to see if the detriments outweigh the benefits. Well, you're hearing a lot of detriments here. And so I want the commissioners to really put that into consideration. Again, we've had a lot of problems with this developer with when they stopped the water, flooding began on the other property. I know, Mr. Wine, you'll say it's your fault, where the historic wall would be retained and then it was knocked down by the contractor. So that's an example of here we see, what's said here is respectful, but what really happens is this construction is killing us. So if you know Councilman Boggiano, he's out there at every construction site trying to stop illegal construction. So I do ask that you put that in consideration. Thank you very much. It's been a long night. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public to speak?
Really? All right, we'll close the public then.
Okay, if there is no one else to speak, I'm going to close the public portion of this meeting. And we will adjourn. Okay, and we will adjourn at this time and bring Cynthia and her witnesses back and hear the rest of the agenda item on February 8th, okay?
Yes.
So,
Thanks very much for staying so long past 10:30.
so can I get a motion to?
Some resolutions and
but
we'll
I
carry
can-
this to.
Can we vote
Yeah.
tonight?
Yeah.
Let's vote.
We will carry this till February 8th, okay? With preservation of notice, okay? So we can adjourn the meeting, but.
Shirley,
We have resolutions to do,
make.
yes,
Okay, so,
do we have more witnesses, or we can vote tonight and finish with it?
No,
no,
we have
we
to
have
hear from
witnesses.
staff. The clients want to come up?
right,
Another night?
right,
Yeah, of course.
okay.
Be another half hour, 40.
So
an
we
hour.
have some resolutions we need to vote on, so once the public, they can stay?
Oh, sure.
You can stay and listen, but,
We
need a motion to carry?
We already made a motion to carry this to February 8th.
February
We'll see you then,
If they have a
right?
garden, why didn't they get
Yes.
Okay.
by the property?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But St. Peters
know,
was
I
given
mean,
the
okay,
property.
so-
Why didn't they talk to St. Peters and buy the
Can we
property?
just
They
Okay.
do
did.
3 resolutions to
garden,
memorialize, and then we can go home?
This is a good point.
okay.
What?
Good night.
Yes, we put it on.
Yeah, we did that, right? Okay, ready?
Yes.
Yes, there is.
3 resolutions. The first 2 were heard on November 9th. Present on November 9th was Acting Chair Arroyo, Commissioners Shadid, Boyle, Zablicki, Allen, and Park. The first case, both of these cases passed 6 in favor, none opposed. The first was case Z22-010, GNG Holding 2 LLC. The address was 344 Randolph Avenue. It was an application for a C variance. All in favor of memorializing that?
Aye.
Aye.
And the second resolution of November 9th, Tanya, you have to, wherever you are, Tanya, you have to just change the resolutions. They have the wrong acting chair. They have the wrong chair on this resolution. But anyway, in this resolution, again, same 6 commissioners. This case was Z 2023-016, Emmanuel Goudron, 309 Chapel Avenue. It was an application again for a C variance that passed 6 in favor, none opposed. All in favor of memorializing that?
Aye.
Aye. And the last one, October 26th. This resolution passed 7 in favor, none opposed. Acting Chairwoman Arroyo was there again, and Commissioners Shadid, Brown, Patel, Allen, Boyle, and Zablicki were present. The case is Z 2023-003, the Junto Club. It was a D3 variance for a deviation.
That was me.
292 Barrow Street. Again, that passed 7 in favor, none opposed. All in favor of memorializing that is
Aye.
So can we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
I'll second it.
Good night.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.
Okay, thank you.